Dobrý den, dámy a pánové. Moje jméno
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Milan Mašina, and I am the head of Aspen Institute Central Europe. Welcome to our annual conference of the Aspen Institute. I am very happy that you are watching us. Originally, we all wanted to welcome you here at Prague Crossroads, but unfortunately, due to COVID and all measures, this conference needed to be taken online. We hope that you will enjoy it anyway, because the content we have prepared is excellent. The Aspen Institute in 2021 worked on 4 priorities. 3 out of them will be presented here today: the quality of government and public service, education and the role of school principals, and then, of course, there will be a technology-focused part, AI and its use in security and in our countries. Our partners have prepared studies, experts have been working on these topics, and today we will have here panel discussions. I hope that the discussions will be interesting and fruitful. Now, I would like to thank all our partners, all the experts, and also everybody who will be taking the floor here at this conference today. Last but not least, I would like to thank Ekonomia, our main partner. Our media partners are Czech television, Czech radio, and Hlídací pes. Now, please let me welcome here on the stage 2 guests who will kick off the conference. It is the President of the Board, Zuzana Řezničková, and Ivan Hodáč.
Dobré dopoledne. Milane, děkuji za přivítání. A v tuhle chvíli
Good morning, and thank you, Milan, for this introduction. I cannot help it but mention what was happening last year. I was in my office, I was talking to my computer, and then I was nervous because the camera was not working. I could not imagine that a year later I would be here, and here I am. The situation has changed, but anyway, it's great to be here, at least for us and for the others who will be speaking at this conference. Every coin has 2 sides, and here I wanted to say that all the topics that have been mentioned during the introduction are connected to our online world where we have been living for quite some time. Let me please wish you a fruitful conference on behalf of Ekonomia Media House and on behalf of Zdeněk Bakala, and let's hope that next year we will be able to meet in person.
I have to admit that I also couldn't imagine last year that I would be standing here alone with Zuzana, with you, yes, but without the public. But I'm sure that many of us are watching us, and you will have a great conference. Aspen Institute is doing many things, and Milan Mašina already mentioned that. But let me touch on 2 of them. First of all, transatlantic relations. More than ever, we need to bring the 2 parts, the 2 friends, the United States and Europe, the EU, together. We lost lots of time over the past 4 years, but no, okay, thank you very much. But now Aspen Institute, through its activities, is contributing to restoring the transatlantic relations, which are absolutely key for us. The second thing is, and it has been mentioned, the COVID. COVID has changed our lives, no doubt about it. But COVID also has started dividing the society. We see the problem between the vaccinated and the non-vaccinated, and we see the values for which the Aspen Institute has been always fighting, slowly disappearing. Respect and everything else. And I believe that the role of the Aspen Institute is also to bring the society together through our activities, through the activities that we have not only here in the Czech Republic, not only in Central Europe, and by the way, we are now moving much more actively to Poland, to Hungary, to other places, but also in Brussels and elsewhere. So those were two things. I wish you a great conference. I thank you very much. Thank you, the House of Economy, for excellent cooperation. I'm happy that we are standing here again. And I would like to also thank the whole team. That is the Aspen team that is standing behind the preparation. I'm sure that even though the conference is only online, you will all enjoy it. And I wish you a great conference. Thank you very much.
Děkuji Zuzano, děkuji Ivane.
Thank you very much, Zuzana, Ivan. Let's kick off. I'm very happy that we can open the conference. Like I have said, content-wise, it will be very interesting. Now I would like to ask a very important person who's been working with us to join me on the stage. It's Michala Hergetova, and she will be chairing the conference. Thank you very much, Michala. That was Michal Vašina, the Executive Director of Aspen Institute. Thank you very much for opening the conference. I am very happy to welcome you to our next annual conference, 2021, The Shape of Central Europe. We will be asking questions again this year. We will have a look at the efficiency of the public services. We will be looking at education and also the use of technologies. Greetings from the Prague Crossroads. This is the place where the experts on the topics I have mentioned will meet, and you will be able to discuss these topics with them. Unfortunately, this year again, it will be online. Thanks to modern technologies, we will be able to discuss. There is Slido, which you can use to ask questions. Use our hashtag AspenAnnual. Use it not for Slido, but also on Twitter. And you can use it to ask questions to our speakers. You can also top other people's questions. And without further ado, let's open our first session. We will have a distinguished guest from the overseas. Let me switch to English.
Our very special guest is the former U.S. Secretary of State, Mrs. Madeleine Albright. Madam Secretary, welcome to the annual Aspen conference. We are very pleased you've accepted the invitation and you will open the whole event. We are happy you are here with us and welcome. The stage is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Dobrý den, moc mě těší, že jsem s váma. I'm delighted to help kick off this conference, and I want to thank my good friend Ivan Horac for inviting me to share my thoughts with you today. I also want to congratulate him and the entire Aspen Institute Central Europe team on all that you have achieved as the Institute approaches its 10th anniversary next year. I'm so proud that one of my favorite organizations has found a home in one of my favorite cities among so many of my favorite people. The Aspen Institute belongs in Prague and Central Europe, just as the topic of today's conference belongs on its agenda. As a non-partisan platform for policy innovation, there is much the Institute can contribute in new thinking on the future of civil service and public administration. But as the opening speaker, I would like to broaden the aperture and explore the context in which these discussions are taking place. And that context is the pressures that face democracy in Central Europe and around the world. I will begin with a little perspective. More than 100 years ago, in one of his first speeches to the Czechoslovak parliament, President Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk emphasized three themes. First was the need for people to work together across the boundaries of ethnicity and state. Second was his belief that evil, whether originating from within or from without, must be opposed. And third was the need for patience. In that year of 1920, the new republic had achieved independence, but had not yet found its balance. Public expectations were high, but so was frustration. citizens hungered for miracles in the form of instant solutions to economic and social difficulties. President Masaryk warned that this hunger was beyond his power to satisfy. Czechs and Slovaks, he said, would have to generate their own miracles by treating each other with respect, living up to democratic principles, and working hard to make their new country a success. In more than 9 decades since those remarks were made, much has changed, but Masaryk's basic prescription for unity, moral vigilance, and patience is still apt. As any student of history knows, there are moments in time when powerful forces clash and whole civilizations rise and fall. But the challenge our leaders face more often is less dramatic, and that is to help government deliver on the promise of a better life for their citizens. Because no political system is perfect, there will always be people unhappy with the status quo, especially if their standard of living does not match expectations. And when people in democracies are unhappy, they may be tempted to believe demagogues who play upon their resentments and promise immediate change. They will listen when they are told that all their problems are caused by the political opposition, or by irresponsible reporters, or by foreign investors, or by illegal immigrants, or by minority groups. They may nod their heads when they are told that the solution is to centralize the economy, change the Constitution, restrict the media, and jail anyone deemed to be a threat to the new order. Many people may be fooled because the changes do not come all at once, but then one day wake up and find they no longer live in a democracy. They may even discover that political opponents and independent journalists are being shot or poisoned. During the 1980s and 1990s, we witnessed a flock of democratic transitions and success stories. But many of the stories we hear now are of shaky democracies struggling to survive and of governments turning to the discredited policies of the past. It doesn't help that for the last 4 years, the United States has been missing on the world stage, and European leaders have been preoccupied by Brexit and other internal problems. It doesn't help that democratic champions such as Václav Havel, Nelson Mandela, and Kim Dae-jung are no longer with us. Taken together, there is a danger that history's pendulum will continue to move away from democracy toward autocracy. We who believe in freedom must draw the line and say that is not acceptable. According to the poem by William Butler Yeats, it is when, and I quote, "the best lack all conviction, and the worst are full of passionate intensity, and things fall apart, the center cannot hold, and anarchy is loosed upon the world," unquote. That does not describe our times, or at least not yet, but certainly the worst among us are full of passionate intensity. The question is whether the best have the courage of their convictions so that things will not fall apart and the center will hold. To me, the answer to that question will be found in the work of organizations such as the Aspen Institute Central Europe that are committed to connecting and inspiring people who want to improve society. Defending democracy is not easy work, but we should not abandon hope. We have learned from the past that people and democracies are resilient, that time brings new opportunities, and that even so-called presidents for life come with a built-in expiration date. That means a change in momentum away from autocracy and back towards democracy can happen. In fact, some of the same forces that have fueled the rise of demagogues could undermine the staying power of authoritarian regimes now old enough to embody the status quo. Now, there's a limit, after all, to how long an autocrat can sustain popularity simply by comparing himself to a despised predecessor. In Russia, Putin is rarely contrasted anymore with poor Boris Yeltsin, and Orban and Erdogan have both been in power too long to escape responsibility for the state of their countries. In Belarus, a major protest movement emerged because a growing number of citizens consider President Alexander Lukashenko to be a Russian puppet and want him to leave. One thing about demagogues, they brag a lot, and when their boasts fall flat, their claim on the public's imagination will wane. I believe that will happen more and more in the months and years to come. And here we arrive at a key point. Despite the battery democracy has endured, most people want to strengthen, not discard their democratic systems. Because make no mistake, the cynics are wrong. Democracy, though imperfect, remains the best system of government ever invented. But we have to remember that democracy is not a spectator sport, and improving it is not just a job of politicians. As Secretary of State, I turned for advice to scholars, business people, labor leaders, and activists of every description. And I learned every day of the connections that exist between education and smart choices on the environment, between equal rights for women and the reduction of poverty, between socially responsible investments and the creation of jobs, and between support for democratic values and the building of sustainable peace. Progress is the work of many hands, and that is why there is no limit to what we might be able to accomplish on a globe where cooperation and shared learning are present at all levels. As participants in this conference, I know that you subscribe to this more hopeful vision. You also recognize that if it is abandoned, we will see every issue through the lens of the demagogue and live as prisoners of fear. Often when I speak to different audiences around the world, I'm asked whether I'm an optimist or a pessimist. My reply is that I'm an optimist who worries a lot. Today, the causes for worry are evident. In fact, they are all around us, but I'm still an optimist because I believe in the power of reason. I have faith in democracy, and I have respect for the capacity of free people working together to achieve miracles even in the most complicated of circumstances. On that hopeful note, I will conclude my remarks. Pravda zvítězí. I wish you all the very best and look forward to our discussion.
Madam Secretary, thank you very much for your opening speech. And I would also like to use the chance and ask you a few questions. From your experience, what other qualities are necessary for a good and effective political leader?
I think what are very important in a good and effective political leader is to listen, to understand what the people of his or her country want and need, and to really have a sense of how the social contract is supposed to work, which means how the government delivers on what it has promised as people have given up some of their individual rights to provide a living, to help in education, to help in health, build roads, different things. And the other part of the contract is that which is necessary by the citizens who have to be involved. That's why I said in my remarks that democracy is not a spectator sport. People need to participate so that their leaders can listen to them.
But I guess the people also need to trust the government. How do you perceive trust, or what can be done to increase the trust of people in government?
I think that trust is a very important element of the relationship. It means actually delivering on what you promise. And in order to do that, I think it is very important for a leader to obey the law. The rule of law is very important in a democracy because that is a set of codes that people know what they're supposed to do. And so the rule of law is important. I think also to have trust, it is important for people to have information, which is why the role of journalists in providing facts is very, very important. And so that people can make decisions based on information. And then I really do think that it's very important for a leader not to think that he is above the law, that the leader has to obey the law. And you can't have trust if you are not doing what you said you were going to do and are breaking the law.
But how to get those people, the right people, into the civil service? How to motivate young and talented people to go and work for civil service?
I have to say that one of the most satisfying parts of my life has been to go into civil service, to do public service, to pay back the countries that have helped you, the people that have helped you, and to really become somebody who is dedicated to helping others. And you get a great deal of motivation and satisfaction out of being a part of that government that does deliver, that listens to people, that has connections with people, that understands that the rule of law is essential, that corruption is unacceptable, that actually doing what you say you're going to do is the basis of a good democracy. And so I think to have a role in supporting and developing and enlarging democracy is one of the great privileges of being a citizen of a country. And so I hope that young people are motivated to spend more time in civil service, government service, to really understand that that is what makes their countries work and that they can contribute to that magical and very intensive work to help others.
Madam Secretary, thank you very much for being with us, for opening the conference, The Shape of Central Europe, and of course for the great example of your own personality. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Madam Secretary Madeleine Albright who opened this year's conference, and now we move on to the first panel, which is Central Europe, the future of civil service. To be ready for the challenges of the 21st century, public administration will have to go through huge changes and challenges like digitization, the change of the whole structure of the economy, or green transformation. To succeed, an efficient civil service or public service and efficient administration is needed. What exactly can be done? We now learn from Dan Svoboda, McKinsey Managing Partner for Czech Republic and Slovakia.
Civil service in our region can enable very significant impact. Consider a couple of numbers. In Central Europe, total government expenditure is more than 40% of the GDP, and the direct government investment is 5% of the GDP, more than in Western Europe. With the next generation EU funds, civil service will continue to play even a stronger role in allocating and in effectiveness of investments. Civil service also plays a critical role in quality of life through various services. In tackling the complex challenges of coming years, like COVID recovery, massive digitization need, decarbonization, or large-scale reskilling, collaboration between public and private sector will become even more important, irrespective of political directions and priorities. And there is significant room for improvements in civil service effectiveness. According to Eurobarometer survey, less than 1/3 of CE citizens agreed that their national governments could be trusted to use the next generation EU funds properly. The overall DESI score for digital public service is 20% lower in CE than in EU 14. To help ensure the right policies get implemented, public funds are used effectively, and services are improved, modernizing civil service should become a priority. Central European civil service institutions could consider several actions. Number one, focus on outcomes. Delivering outcomes go far beyond traditional focus on defining the policy and running administrative functions. It is the return on the investments that matter, not whether subsidies get merely administered. It is how many citizens use the digital service with high satisfaction that matter, not merely whether the services are digitally available. Outcome-oriented objective setting brings clarity on the top priorities, and it also empowers civil servants. Number two, talent. In complex tasks, such as in management or software development, top performers are up to 8 times more efficient. Future of work will require different skills than what we were trained for in the past. So, definition of critical skills and review of skill gaps, hiring, training, talent retention, and leadership capabilities should all become core processes in the civil service. 3, digital transformation. Digital transformation should be an opportunity to rethink old, perhaps inefficient processes and process steps. Merely taking old processes and putting them in the digital space is not enough. It is also an opportunity to reconsider whether citizens even need to submit specific information to civil service and make their life overall easier. Number 4, let's call that idea a delivery unit. 80% of government transformations that we have studied globally did not meet their objectives, although 93% of respondents said that objectives of those transformations were realistic. One factor that increased the likelihood of success were so-called delivery teams, temporarily central high-capability units that work, for example, for a prime minister or for the government office. They can help in planning cross-cutting strategic priorities, in delivery monitoring, in cross-ministry coordination, and in resolving execution problems. With delivery teams, change can happen fast and can create momentum for longer-term improvements. They are speedboats before the large ship. The overall civil service capabilities are improved. We hope that this annual Aspen conference will elaborate on some of the areas and ideas I just shared. And we also hope that it will facilitate overall best practice exchange and will help find ways to improve lives and livelihoods in our region.
Let us elaborate on some thoughts we've just heard from Dan Svoboda. We have our special guests here to do that. Let me welcome the former prime ministers of the CE countries, Vladimír Špidla, former prime minister of the Czech Republic, welcome. Also Marek Belka, former prime minister of Poland, welcome. And remotely we are connected with Mikuláš Dzurinda, former prime minister of Slovakia. Happy to have you here, even though you have lockdown in Slovakia and couldn't come personally. Welcome.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, from your experience, what are the biggest limits of Central European administration? Mr. Špidla, I'll start with you.
Tak problémem nemohu říct středoevropské
Well,
veřejné správy, ale české veřejné správy.
I can't talk about Central European civil service as such, but I can speak about Czech civil service. And the issues are manifold. First, there is not really an efficient cooperation between the political level above and then the actual administration below it, because the civil service below must be stable, bipartisan, and must have very good expertise. So that's one issue. The other issue is that we have not yet stabilized the awareness of the fact that the leaders influence politics as such, you know, the overall approach, but they must leave enough space for the actual operations, daily operations, to the public servants below them. And what I personally perceive as very concerning is the fact that in the system of the administration of individual policies, we don't really have an evaluation tool implemented that would allow us to assess whether we have actually reached the goals that we wanted to reach with our policies.
Thank you very much. I think it very much seals with what you've said in one interview about civil service, because you mentioned office interest is cared for more than state interest. What would help to improve that, to improve the quality and efficiency of civil service?
Well, I will probably repeat the main theme from Vladimir. I think what is crucial is political will. If there is no political will, there will be no meaningful civil service. Instead, it will be nepotism and ineffectiveness. And, well, even if our countries have differed somewhat in our transformation process, we are so similar that the problems that we experienced in Poland and we still do experience in Poland are probably quite similar to other countries. Well, number one, we have started transition 30 years ago with some sort of, let's say, inherited public service or civil service. And of course, there was a perception that we have to do something with it, that we don't have trust in it. The problem was that you could choose a way of stepwise evolution, of bringing new people, well, educating them, and bringing new people to the positions of responsibility, or you could do a revolution. Well, we chose a stepwise, a gradual process. Well, my personal experience was with the people from the Finance Ministry and National Bank of Poland. And this happens to be the best parts of the bureaucracy, as we called them, or civil service in the old system. So the process of changing, generational change was pretty smooth. What happened in the last few years is a complete revolution, upheaval of the civil service. There is no civil service anymore in Poland, and we have learned what it means when you don't have it. We have learned that civil service is not only about effectiveness of the state, it's about the very existence of the state of rule of law. If you don't have impartial, non-partisan civil service, you don't have rule of law. You have basically chaos in decision-making and even more chaos in implementation. So this is what I have learned in Poland.
Thank you. I think it reminds me of what I've read or I heard in an interview of Mikuláš Dzurenda from the last year, where he spoke about the decline in motivation and discipline in civil service. You were remembering then at your time as a prime minister, you knew what you want to achieve. You were just looking for the way how to achieve it. So could you now give some advice to the governments of today? What way you found how to achieve your goals?
Thank you very much, Madam Hergetova, for giving me the floor. But allow me at the beginning to congratulate the Aspen Institute in the Czech Republic for a fantastic job which has been done so far. So congratulations. I greet Ivan Hodac and all his collaborators, but also my fantastic friends, former Prime Minister Marek. Dzień dobry, Marek, and Vladimir. Zdravím ťa, Vladimir. And now to your question. I can only join my great friends to emphasize the need of mutual coexistence between politics and civil service. And political leadership is substantial in this respect. So both, it means politics and civil service, should operate independently. But on the other side, they should respect each other. They should rely on each other. At the end of the day, they should be loyal to each other. Politics has to define priorities and goals which should be achieved. And the role of civil service is to come up with concrete suggestions, solutions, how to achieve this goal, and then to implement these suggestions or projects or solutions. Look, madam, the best example how to materialize what I am telling about is to use some illustration. I will offer you one negative illustration or experience and one positive. At the top of the first wave of the pandemic, the then Prime Minister of Slovakia came up with an idea to buy the Russian vaccine, Sputnik. The relevant state institution, the State Institute for Drug Control, notified the Prime Minister that the Sputnik had not been authorized by the European Medicines Agency yet. Instead of mutual understanding, instead of respect towards a state independent institution, the Prime Minister unleashed a war against this institution and its head. It was very sad and very counterproductive. And now allow me one positive experience. Slovakia had been known in the past by the implementation of the flat tax. I am sure that Marek, Vladimir remember very well that. And we can have different opinion on that. Positive, negative. I am taking the issue methodically, I would say, to illustrate how the coexistence between the government and the civil service should work. Honestly, there was no single word, either in our electoral program or our government manifesto. There was written purely that we want to create a friendly business environment, and how it was the issue for an intensive dialogue between the minister and the civil servants. And I was surprised that Ivan Miklos declared a few days ago that it was not him, a politician or the minister, who had decided to implement the flat tax. It was the result of a very productive discussion between him and political leadership of the ministry and the civil service in the Ministry of Finance. So we need this mutual respect. We should be able to divide what is the role of politics and how should really independent civil service work and develop itself.
Thank you. I think you all three mentioned that we need to separate the operational and the strategic part of the public service, the civil service, and the political will, let's say, if I can make it as a political will. But does that work at our countries? I would say we have troubles with that. When we focus on the moment of a change of a government, which is just ahead of us here in the Czech Republic, to which scale the new minister, the new government should change the official, the civil service part of the ministries to be able to fulfill its political will, but to keep the stability? Mr. Špidla, or?
Tak špatné rozdělení mezi strategickou a operační úrovní je
Well, the bad division of roles between the strategic and operational side is a typical problem in the Czech Republic. The classic level is operational, strategic, and tactical above that. And I think the weakest is the strategic level, and the strongest is the tactical level. So the system works operationally, that's not a problem. And there are historical reasons for that, because the strategic level, however unacceptable during communism, was taken by, the big communists. So say the agricultural secretary of the party was the strategic level, the operational level was the Ministry of Agriculture. And when the Communist Party was taken down, then the strategic tasks moved to a structure that originally was built as the operational level. And we haven't been able to improve that situation since then. And the second thing that is not accentuated enough in this country, as soon as you have elections, so a political will emerges from those elections, you have a new minister taking on their role. But they need to have a strong cabinet, because their task is to master the very complicated institution that a ministry is. And they have to be able to assign strategic tasks and supervise how they're implemented in practice, and then accept, the finished products, quote unquote, to work with them. And all of that is done by one person in our system. So I think the insufficient HR support of the strategic level means the system is inefficient in the long run.
But yeah, Mr. Belka.
Well, I think we'll dive deeper into the same question that you asked at the beginning. It's what makes the civil service existent and more effective? Well, theoretically, we have in Poland, we have the following rules. A new minister comes, he nominates his deputies, and he has the right to nominate a rather limited number of advisors which form the political cabinet. Otherwise, he should continue with the department directors, with the people in the ministries, so with the civil servants. Well, it has worked for some time, but the problem is, what is the adverse? I mean, the opposite of civil service. It's nomenclatura. Nomenclatura existed in communist times. Unfortunately, we have a return of nomenclatura these days in Poland, meaning that you don't trust, I mean, the new political leaders don't trust civil servants because they behave like experts. Well, it was said very sincerely in public by the porte-parole, by the by the spokesman of the government. Why are you not nominating experts, competent people to a position of responsibility? Well, and the young man was quite sincere, answering, well, because they would not implement our policies. What else can we say? If you have irresponsible politicians, if you have politicians that prefer short-term gains at the cost of long-term social and interests of the society, of the people, of the state, then you don't have civil service.
Who's then the responsible one? When you have separate strategical and operational part, who is the responsible one for delivering the result?
Okay, let me give you an example, because I mean, my last stint at the public service, at the government, well, not the government, but at the public service was the National Bank of Poland. And this is by far, and I think it is also the fact in the Czech Republic, in Slovakia, and in Hungary too, the best part of bureaucracy or civil service ever. The best people go to the central bank because they are paid very well. There is a stability of employment. So we have always competed successful with commercial banks, as a matter of fact. Okay, so a new person comes. What he does is he changes his cabinet and possibly also some non-core director departments. But everything else stays intact. This is also the case, this has been also the case with my successor, who is now, criticized heavily for very high inflation and so on, politically associated with the ruling party. But he did the same. He left the core bureaucracy, the core civil service intact. Has it changed? Yes. The implementation is competent, but the strategic decisions are still made not by those experienced, ultra-competent people, but by the leadership, by the president of the bank and the governing body, which means that you can have very good public service, but if you have wrong strategic decision makers, you still are in a bind.
Mikołaj Dzurinda wants to react, and I will ask a question that we got from our audience. Most of your initial points were about challenges in defining policy. What about implementation? We have many papers, strategies, but they remain on paper. What are the practical steps to ensure implementation happens? Mr. Dzurinda.
Yes, that's a fantastic question because it demonstrates our weakness in the EU. Making long story short, I would say that we are the champions in different visions, but we are lagging behind when it comes to implementation. I love illustrations. So allow me again to use two examples. In 2001, I was in the office at the time. The EU had adopted the Europe 2020 strategy or Lisbon strategy. The main goal was, or there is a written phrase that by 2010, Europe will become the champion in the world when it comes to new technologies and knowledge-based economy. 2010. Look at the reality today. It is not Nokia or Ericsson. It is Huawei who is the champion. The second example comes from 2016, when we have adopted the global strategy for foreign policy and defense in Europe. You can read that we are striving for strategic autonomy in Europe. 5 years ago, nothing substantial has happened. We are afraid to discuss the change in the decision making when it comes to foreign policy area, to move on from unanimity, which is complete disaster, to qualified majority vote. So I want to illustrate that the issue is real substantial. And the question is, why is it so and what can be done? Look, vision is important. This is no doubt. There is the basis of every political action. But then, and this is the answer from my side, is leadership, political leadership. We need strong people. We need people who are doing politics on the basis of values. One of them is not only freedom, but also responsibility. We should be honest to admit when we fail, not only celebrate and to talk nicely about our politics. And then we need, apart from strong political leadership, with a very concrete responsibility, we need capable teams. In case of a country, it means the prime minister should invite the best people politically, but also professionally to join the government. If there is a clear vision, if there is a strong political leadership, if you have good people in the team, then you can able also to deliver.
Thank you. I think both our guests here in Pražská Křižovatka would like to react because I've read from Mr. Spidla, he mentioned security preludes ambition. Is that what is the main break of the implementation of the strategies we have?
Tak samozřejmě první problém, který je vlastně o něm hovořil Mikuláš.
Well, of course, the first problem that Mikuláš mentioned is that the strategic leadership must take their strategy seriously. That's the first problem. And the second problem, you need to evaluate your strategy. You need to evaluate the implementation of this strategy, and we're not doing that in this country. And the third thing, no strategic task has only one solution. There are always multiple solutions to a task, and the risk of choosing wrongly is relatively high. So those who take it upon themselves to do the implementation are taking a risk. And the only thing is that the risk should not be too high. Of course, you always make small mistakes, but there is a risk, and it should be understood that a mistake is not a crime. A mistake is something that you evaluate and then you try to correct the mistake later. That's it. And in our environment, I think this is really hindering, because whenever you make a mistake, then you are really punished for it by the public, and it counts for much more than all your successes. Your minus points are much bigger than your plus points. So we emphasize errors too much, do not emphasize successes enough. Let me give you an example. An example of how strategic decisions are always open. When Slovakia radically decided to adopt the euro, of course it was based on analyses and various strategic contemplations, but the final results were only proven by time, right? Only time showed that it was the right decision, but those who were at the beginning of that decision didn't have that certainty that it would turn out all right. So of course you have to have a level of courage and risk.
The mindset in the whole Central Europe. Mikuláš Dzurinda is asking for his word. So please, I saw you wanted to react.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Yeah, because it was very inspiring what Vladimir has already said. We are not only the champions of promises, but also of self-criticism sometimes. And he is very right. If media or the public or opposition or people in general are focused only on deficiencies or mistakes, and if political leadership is weak and it misses courage, then there is a problem. When I was listening to Vladimir, he reminded me my case when I promised at the beginning of my first term, when I promised the double salaries for our citizens. You cannot imagine. People are reminding me this also today, even though I was able to assess every year the progress. And at the end, I admitted that this goal had been fulfilled only on 65%. So nobody was very happy with this, that the wages went up and they were not doubled, but they increased of about 65%. Everybody was very critical that the final result was only 65, not 100%. But more seriously, what I learned and what I would emphasize as a very important element in this respect is our ability to measure concrete results and to able not only to celebrate the positives, but also to admit areas in which we need to promote corrections or to change the attitude. This is very important.
Vladimir Spadla wants to react, and I think also Marek Belka will want to react, because what he said was every decision is risky. Thus, it was best not to make such decisions. For not making a decision, no one in Poland has ever been punished. And I like that sentence. But first, Vladimir Spadla wanted to react on what Mikołaj Surinac said.
Jenom ještě jeden aspekt je důležitý.
One aspect that's important.
The
decision-making process on complex things needs to be done properly and well, because when it is done in this way and it shows to be inefficient and a correction is needed, then the system is willing to undertake these changes and corrections. So it's important to take into consideration this feedback. When there are dishonest approaches or things that prove not to be right, then the system starts to fall apart little by little. And then the system doesn't have the support of the whole society, and then there is one person who needs to take it all for the rest.
Well, one important thing that Vladimir mentioned, and then you have built on it, is this, the right to make mistakes. As long as we don't give the right to make mistakes, we basically deprive ourselves of many opportunities. Two examples. Well, I remember from the 90s, the idea of private-public partnership. It was imported basically from the UK, and it was still before our countries joined the European Union, so we had no meaningful access to the European funds, and to promote and to let's say, start public investment, it was necessary to mobilize private capital, both foreign, mostly, and internal. And it didn't work at all in Poland. Zero, close to zero. And the reasons were twofold. Number one is the low quality of public service, of civil service, and the second, lack of trust towards civil service. Um, the PPP, private-public partnership, was renamed in Poland into 4P. PPP, and the fourth P was procurator. Okay, you understand what procurator is. So obviously nobody wanted to take the risk. And second example, well, my daughter is in the business of, well, it's a startup industry. And some time ago, the government declared that it will provide significant funds for startups. And there was no enthusiasm about it in the community. On the contrary, some kind of panic, because if the government wants to finance startups, this means that the startups will never take off, because there is no culture of taking risk in the civil service. And this differs not only Poland from the rest of the world, or not so much from the Czech Republic, I believe, but it differs the US from Europe. The culture of risk-taking does exist in America, not in Europe. Well, we are allowed to make one mistake, even the second mistake. But to be efficient in the business of startup financing, we have to be prepared for serial mistakes, because only 1 in 10 succeed. Well, it does not exist. This is not a matter of regulation. This is a matter of tradition. This is a matter of long-term habits. Well, there is something like risk culture in a society, or there is not. It's a very long-term process.
Risk society, but I also believe we need to be task-oriented. But Vladimir Špidla wanted to react, so I would be very glad if you could add to your comment this point, to be task-oriented, because the question was, what are the practical steps to ensure implementation happens? Do you have some practical steps? Because I cannot imagine how the civil servants would react on, here you have a target, go for it. And after half a year, 1 year, 2 years, we'll look at it, how you've achieved your goals, and we'll evaluate on that.
Tak já bych se chtěl ještě dotknout jedné věci.
There's another topic I wanted to mention, something Marek has mentioned here. I think it's important, and I would not like it to be forgotten. At the Polish central bank, people know that they are very capable and very skilled, and they are very very apt. They can compete with anyone. And this shows which level is required for the public and civil service. Once I had a discussion with somebody from the army. They told me that it is impossible for them to have enough colonels. And I found that ridiculous, but when we dived into the topic, we found out that the grade of colonel is a very specific role, and then it's similar to the banks. We need to understand that we need to keep our talents and we need to develop them. It is to say that not everyone is same. If you have the skills and the level that are required, you can find a great job anywhere. In terms of your focus and target orientation and risk-taking, I would agree with Marek. I think it is something that is linked to our culture. And this shows especially in the fact that we are not willing to develop success. One of the traditional military terms is success development. So that means you eliminate failure, and when there is success, you must jump on it and be able to develop it. And this is something we are lacking.
Ve strategii musí být dobře
What's
definovaná.
important is to well define the main target and also to define how we will assess whether we are achieving our goals or not. The assessment and the evaluation criteria must be prepared beforehand and must be done continuously. We also need to apply much well-developed methods than we are already using now.
I see, Mr. Balka, you want to react, but we also have another question here from the audience, which touches the topic that Vladimir Špidla just mentioned, and that's the talented people working for the civil service. You were talking about the need for capable people, both for strategy and implementation. How can the civil service better attract and retain quality candidates in general, and particularly for the leadership of the civil service?
Well, technically, it's very easy to define those steps, those features. Well, you have to pay them properly. You have to respect them. This is probably even more important than the pay. Respect meaning that even if, as politician, you don't follow the advice, you clearly explain why. So this is not that you humiliate the people who have different view, different competent, well-informed view, but that you explain your rationale, your argument. So respect, good pay, job security, and one thing that may seem controversial. I mean, in Europe, we are basically, in Europe, not just in our region, we are against, somehow instinctively, against people switching from public sector to private sector. Well, this smells. Not in the US. In the US, revolving door is, with all the pros and cons, is probably a mainstay of personnel policy. We should probably define better the rules of switching from private to public sector or from public to private sector. But this cannot exist without trust. As a matter of fact, you know, the main part of political bureaucracy, let's put it this way, in Poland are vice ministers. The ministers are, well, have always been, you know, the political leaders, party leaders, but the vice ministers, well, at least in my time, but throughout the whole, most of the transition process, for the last 30 years, vice ministers were really the most competent people. They ran the policy, strategic policy, not just the implementation. And they were paid terribly, poorly. I mean, just...
The top managers
but
of the state.
When they were fired, when the government changed, they took on very good, well-paid jobs in private sector. Is it something wrong? I don't know. I don't know. But we have to look at it in a practical way. Thank you.
I thank you. Vladimir Špidla wanted to comment.
Zase jenom příklad, jestliže
Another example I wanted to mention.
velkou firmou, která má
It can be an issue with a huge company who has dozens of lawyers and years of tradition. You need to have people who would be competent in public service sector, you need to be able to have equal partners. Of course, you can hire someone, but you must be able to assess whether your team can tackle this or not. So expertise and skills and high competencies is something that is crucial, and it is indeed a problem that we usually cannot compete with other structures. Here I talk about civil service and government. Another thing that I believe is a mistake is that once somebody leaves our sector, we see them as an outcast. However, it doesn't mean that they lose the skills. We lose them. Just one final note. Somebody once told me, you can only be respected by people whom you respect.
Trust and respect. You wanted to react, Mr. Belka, and then Mikolas Dzurinda as well.
Yeah, there is this touchy issue of revolving doors, of people changing positions in private and public sectors. Well, it comes to my mind that we can distinguish between three models. Number one is the Singapore model. The public servants have incredibly high wages, and they will always compete with the private sector successfully. That's and zero tolerance for any sort of corruption. So this is Singapore model. Then we have Ukrainian or Russian model, that we have ministers who earn very poorly, but suddenly have a nice villa at the Côte d'Azur and, well, you know, things like this. So massive corruption tolerated basically tacitly by the state. And you have a third solution that I sort of hinted at, that we have people who serve as vice ministers or director departments or as ministers for some time with the best of will, the best of their competence, and after a stint in politics, they go to private sector. Well, there is always a suspicion, but this is something which does not lead to outright corruption, as we have in the case of our eastern or far eastern neighbors. And we avoid the Singapore solution because the people, I believe, would not accept it.
Yeah, that's about the mindset. No easy solution, definitely. But we've heard respect, trust. The people have to be enthusiastic for what they do. And they have to believe they can change something, I guess, as well. But Mr. Dzurinda, what was your experience? You went through many reforms through your prime minister era. How difficult was it to get the right people to implement these changes, to make them do it?
Yes, Madam, that's the point. That was the point. That will be the point also in the future. Vladimir Špidla shared his experience from the debate with a general of the Czech army, if I was not mistaken. He stated that there is a lack, or the Czech Republic suffers from the lack of colonels. It reminded me 1991. When the first indications emerged that Czechoslovakia could split. And it was Jan Čarnogórsky, the deputy prime minister of the federal government, who got me this information that on the session of the federal Czechoslovak government, it was Václav Klaus, the finance minister at the time, who said, "Don't be crazy, dear friends. The country, Czechoslovakia, doesn't have people for 3 governments." Last week, I talked to Ivan Miklos, who operated in Ukraine for many years, and now he's trying to help Moldova. believe or not, he told me that the country has facing fantastic challenge to find the Minister of Finance. In Moldova, it is impossible to find a man or a lady for such an attractive position. Look, it seems to me that both politics, but also civil service, and their reputation decreased in the past. In politics, everybody is dirty. This is a very dirty discipline in the eyes of people, of the population. And the civil servants, it is the red tape. There are bureaucrats doing nothing. This perception should be changed because I strongly believe that to represent people, to serve people, this is a noble mission. This is a very noble mission. In my time, when we had the chance to deal with President Mitterrand or Helmut Kohl or many others, it was taken as a noble mission. In these days, the perception of people has been dramatically changed, and not to the better, to the worse. One Italian poet told me some time ago that politics depends on culture, not the other way around. So I am glad that we opened this broader context of the issue. I feel we need to change this culture. Otherwise, we will suffer from the lack of colonels, from the lack of good people in politics, but also from the lack of good people in civil service.
But any recipe how to build trust between the citizens, civil service, and political administration representation? Because
Madam, there is
yeah.
There is only one chance by my mind to come up with good projects, attractive vision, good projects, and very strong political leadership, which will excite people in public administration. And as I have already mentioned at the beginning, to defend this line of independence between political management, political leadership, and the civil service operation or playing field. There is only one chance. If politicians are united, if politicians serve people, not the other way around, then they can excite also people in state administration, at civil service. There is only one chance. But having been able to reach such a goal, you need, as you mentioned, good people also in politics and also on the side of civil service.
Marek Pelka?
Well, as how to strengthen trust of the people in politicians, and then in public servants, in civil servants. Well, this is some kind of magic. You either have it or you don't. Let me give you two examples. One from the right, one from the left. When I was at the IMF, Latvia, a small country on the Baltic Sea, was basically the main problem for the global institution as the IMF. The crisis in Latvia, wow. And the Latvians were going through a very deep trouble, economic trouble, and IMF was much less stringent in the economic recipes than the Latvian government itself. The Latvians wanted to survive the crisis, do what was needed, and stick to the model that they had, even at the cost, at the huge social and economic cost for the people. And the prime minister of that time in Latvia was Valdis Dombrovskis, now vice president of the European Commission. I cannot imagine how a people could re-elect a politician responsible for all this pains, well, not really responsible, but could be presented as responsible for all the pains of the society. But he was honest. He explained to the people what they are aiming at and what would be the cost of not doing those, of not taking the sacrifice. And he was re-elected. Now, not to be biased, politically biased, I have to be careful because I am a member of the S&D group, Social Democratic group in the European Parliament. Let's take another case, Greece, another huge crisis. And you remember maybe the far left leader of Greece, Tsipras. Well, he was against the deal with the European Union, with Germany, with the IMF, with everybody. And he won the election. Then, after a few weeks, he understood that he had no way out but to find a compromise with those bloody Germans, first of all. And Greece, let's say, was, well, recover slowly, but began recovery. The people had all the reasons to hate Tsipras, not only for imposing the scourges from the IMF, Brussels and Frankfurt, the ECB, but also for basically changing his mind. But he was smart enough to explain to the people why he had to do this and this. And he was re-elected. So, when you have it, when you project trust, when the people somehow think you are honest, it's easy. When you have the image of being dishonest, well, withdraw from politics.
Vladimir Špidla has a special smile on. What does that mean?
Ne, naprosto souhlasím, prostě když
I completely agree.
ten lídr, když nemá autoritu,
If a leader has no authority and is dishonest
tak je konec.
when making the decisions, then it's game over.
To rozhodnutí se neodehraje.
If the decision is not made in
Musíte měnit, tak je
due and honest fashion, then it's over. It's the end.
Jiný problém, který
Tsipras was mentioned here, but I remembered another problem he had to solve. It's maybe on the margin, but it's also very important. It's worth mentioning. He managed to discuss the name change with Northern Macedonia. And it was important thing that change the discussions in the Balkan region. And he did it even though he knew that it would not make him popular, especially in Greece. So that's another thing. The strategic leadership needs to have courage.
Thank you. And I think we are getting to another question because it very much goes with the topic we are just discussing, but goes to an up-to-date topic of Poland. So there's a question from Rafał for Mr. Belka. What are possible action steps for Polish public administration to solve the current dispute with the European Court of Justice? Sooner or later, Poland will need to pay the overdue sanctions. How to explain that to the people?
Well, again, technically it's very simple. The European Commission, which obviously is very uncomfortable with the situation and would like to release funds to Poland and would like to make a rapprochement with the current government, has set out conditions. Condition number one, eliminate or liquidate the so-called disciplinary chamber in the Supreme Court of Poland. Well, why shouldn't we discipline the judges? There are about 15,000 judges in Poland, and some of them may commit crimes. Well, the problem is that they are punished not for petty crimes, drinking, driving drunk or something like this, but for rulings. For the rulings. If the ruling is not to the taste of a Minister of Justice, they are suspended, or a disciplinary procedure is against them. So this is a very serious matter. This is the gist of independence of judiciary. Second, there are some judges, maybe 50, 60 of them, that have been suspended. Well, so the commission says, finish the suspension, bring them back to activity. Simple, but politically not simple, because it's a matter of ambition, it's a matter of internal infighting in the Polish government. There are people extreme in the Polish government, especially the Minister of Justice, who is doing everything to loosen the ties with the European Union. So the final answer of how to solve the problem between Poland and the European Union is to, well, get rid of this government. Nothing else will work.
But I guess that's not the task of European Union, to be the one to get rid of government of any of the countries.
No. We have to do it.
Definitely. So back to our topic. Vladimir Špidla already mentioned the steps that would be needed to get more effective, to be more task-oriented, and to deliver the results. So where can we start? Where can we achieve the first success in improving civil service in the CEE countries? Do you have your recipe, your guidance for the governments? So who would start? Mikołaj Zurinda, please.
It depends on the relevant country. I think that the situation in the Czech Republic, maybe in Slovakia, is a bit easier than, for instance, the situation in Poland or especially in Hungary, where the political scene is so hugely polarized. I have this experience also from my past, because my predecessor was not also a champion when it comes to democratic rules and principles or independent civil service. So this is the problem, and the problem lies in politics. I believe that sooner or later also the leaders in every relevant or pertinent country will realize that it is much better to stick to the democratic rules, to respect the rule of law. Madeleine Albright delivered good ideas in this respect. For me, after 8 years in power, it was also difficult to leave the office. Between us, I love power, but I love also democratic principles. At the end of the day, a man or a lady serving in the political position can be only happy if she or he is able to hand over the power. So the key issue on this discussion, which sometimes can seem more technically than politically, but the final key lies in politics. We suffer in politics in Europe, in the EU, in these days. What happens in Poland when the government doesn't respect the ruling of the European Court of Justice. This is very dangerous. Also in Hungary, what Viktor Orban does in the area of rule of law, what can you expect from the civil service if the government does such politics? If the country is so heavily divided between the running or governing coalition and the opposition. I love fight, and in politics this is impossible to do things without fighting. But every fight should be based on the democratic rules and principles. So I'm afraid, madam, that answering your question is impossible when we fly in the area of technical issues. The basis lies in politics. If we want to increase the quality of civil service.
Thank you. Mr. Belka, your advice to practical steps to ensure implementation happens, where can we start to achieve success?
Well, first, let me explain that I mentioned that the solution to the Polish problem is the getting rid of the government. Obviously, it's not the matter, it's not the business of the European Commission or the European Union as a whole. It's the problem of our people. So that's to make it clear. Well, the relatively new phenomenon in the world politics is polarization, political polarization. And Hungary, Poland, USA, these are the examples of extreme polarization. As long as polarization persists and as long as we don't work, and we politicians, we public servants, public figures, as we don't work on mitigating it, we are not going to get public service, civil service, effective state. We are going to have eternal tug of war. That's the biggest sort of plague of today's politics, of today's social life. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you very much. And to close the discussion, Vladimir Špidla has the stage.
Navázal bych taky na Markův výrok o
I would follow up on what Marek said about the division of society and its polarization.
malý think tank, který vedu společně ještě s
I am leading a small think tank together with the STEM organization and a German think tank, and we were analyzing Czech society from this point of view. It was a study of Czech society in terms of polarization, and it turned out that Czech society is not polarized, it is fragmentarized, it is fragmented. It is hard to actually find the polarizing lines in Czech society. So that's the Czech political reality. But now on to the matter at hand. I'll be a little technocratic. My apologies. The first step that we need to take is to really relieve the governmental level from the operational tasks. You know, it should not be up to the government to make the decision on handing over 50 meters of road somewhere to somebody. That the government is too high up for those decisions. So we need to have a stricter limit between the operational side and the governmental side, and the government should really only focus on strategy. Second, what's important is to include a system of evaluation in each decision-making process. I'll give you an example from the Austrian civil service. They formulated a policy there in Austria, and the results of the policy were studied for 5 to 10 years And they were also analyzing, what the average wage of the people who went through a certain course or a workshop that was, that the policy was about, what their average salary was compared to people who didn't go through the workshop. So, evaluation. And third, in the Czech Republic, the basic division between politics and civil service has been done. And our civil service is not politicized. It is quite independent, although it is not as efficient as it should be for the reasons that we mentioned. And another thing that I think is substantially important, and that's really our weak side, in the HR part or the recruitment part, the level is not sufficient. The process is much slower than we would need it to be, much less reactive. And it's not just about career development, the ability to study, learn more, etc. It should be better. And the last thing, of course, civil service needs to be rigid to a point because you need to be able to rely on it. If you have input A, you want to have output B. You want to be able to rely on some basic things. But still, you need to have space to experiment. You must systematically introduce the possibility to experiment in civil service at a large enough scale to be able to tell whether a certain policy is actually functional or not, whether it's going somewhere. So that's what I suggest. But my main conclusion is that Czech civil service structure is basically capable of delivering if you treat it well.
Thank you. Thank you for the practical steps from your point of view. Thank you for being part of the discussion. That was Vladimír Špidla, Marek Belka, and Mikuláš Dzurinda, who took us to a short break. But after that one, we'll continue with the topic of future of the Czech civil service. So I'll be looking forward to meet you back at the Aspen Institute CE annual conference, The Shape of Central Europe, at 10 to 11. Krásné dopoledne, vítám vás zpátky.
Good morning again. Welcome to the annual conference of Aspen Institute Central Europe's conference, The Shape of Central Europe. We'll be continuing with the topic of civil service. The Czechs are losing their trust in the state, and, you know, the state hitting on the brakes and then hitting on the gas pedal during the pandemic, that hasn't helped. So the results are very bad in the Czech Republic when it comes to trust in government and civil service. So people not only trust civil service, but civil service is also not attractive for young people and not very ready to act. As McKinsey have told us, 80% of transformation projects in the public sector do not reach their goals, despite the fact that 93% of those goals are achievable. We have Pavel Řehák here, the vice president of the board at Aspen Institute, who will tell us more.
Před Českou republikou stojí v dalším desetiletí řada výzev. Témata jako stárnutí obyvatelstva, transformace trhu práce, digitalizace a nové technologie, připravenost na další případné krize, jako byl třeba COVID, a v nejbližší době také implementace Národního plánu obnovy, což bude obrovská investiční a rozvojová akce, která ovlivní život v České republice na další desítky let. Kromě toho lidé volají po zlepšení orientace státní správy na občana jako klíčového klienta. Tuto výzvu nelze zvládnout bez zásadní modernizace státní správy. Ta dnes trpí neefektivitou, pomalým rozhodováním, nízkou mírou spolupráce mezi rezorty a často i neschopností řešit běžné problémy. Tématu modernizace státní správy se tento rok věnovala expertní skupina Aspen Institute Central Europe ve spolupráci s dalšími neziskovými organizacemi. Identifikovali jsme řadu opatření, která pokrývají 3 hlavní oblasti. Digitální transformaci, vybudování moderní organizace a rozhodování na základě faktů. V oblasti budování pružné moderní organizace, která bude atraktivní pro mladé i zkušené lídry, jsme identifikovali sadu opatření tvořících dohromady celkovou změnu kultury státní správy. Je třeba realizovat změny v náboru zaměstnanců a práci s vedoucími pracovníky, jejich rozvoji a podpoře. Nic se totiž nepodaří změnit, pokud státní správu nepovedou ti nejschopnější lídři. Dalším úkolem bude úprava předpisů a procesů tak, aby mohly úřady spolupracovat a flexibilně reagovat. To se bohužel neobejde bez změny služebního zákona, kompetenčního zákona a úpravy rozpočtových pravidel. Pružnost a agilitu jednotlivých úřadů bude třeba dále podpořit například formováním mezirezortních týmů nebo alokací klíčových expertů na krátkodobé projekty. Vedle dobře zvládnuté digitální transformace procesů a zavedení principu rozhodování a rozvoje politik na základě faktů je vybudování pružné, efektivní organizace klíčem k úspěšné implementaci hlavních rozvojových projektů a k trvalému zefektivnění státní správy.
Z zahraničních zkušeností i ze samotné práce se státní správou víme, že je důležité rozhodování na základě dat a faktů. Proto jsme připravili koncepci informovaného vládnutí. Ta má 3 hlavní cíle. Za prvé je potřeba posílit analytickou kapacitu ve státní správě. S tím souvisí organizační kultura a také podpora skvělých úředníků. Za druhé musíme zajistit, aby při tvorbě zákonů, rozpočtu a také strategií byly využívány kvalitní analýzy. Za třetí musíme zajistit spolupráci s vědeckou sférou a také kvalitní data.
Aby efektivita státní správy byla skutečně prioritou celé nové vlády, včetně všech koaličních stran, které budou u moci, aby dokázali překonat přirozený rezortismus a další procesní překážky, které brání spolupráci ministerstev. Druhým důležitým faktorem bezesporu bude určení konkrétních lidí, kteří na tom budou pracovat, vytvoření realizačních týmů, které dostanou jasnou kompetenci a budou přímo napojeny na vicepremiéra nebo premiéra, který bude dohlížet na proces reformy státní správy. A třetím významným faktorem je, aby byl jednoznačný plán, který určí kroky, které jsou dosažitelné v tomto volebním období, aby na to byl vyčleněn patřičný rozpočet a další materiální zázemí. A takovým bonusem potom bude, pokud bude spolupracovat i občanská společnost, experti a neziskové organizace a pokud se ten zájem veřejnosti o změny k lepšímu drží.
Za prvé důvěra občanů České republiky, aby věřili v efektivní státní správu a zároveň důvěra úředníků, aby byli ochotni tuto změnu podstoupit. Za druhé vytrvalost, protože cesta k efektivní správě bude dlouhá a je potřeba na ní dlouho vytrvat. A za třetí odvaha, protože bude potřeba vykonat velké změny dovnitř úřadu i navenek a je potřeba být v tom odvážný.
Klíčem k úspěšné modernizaci státní správy je především silné vedení ze strany vlády a důsledná implementace koordinovaná profesionálním týmem se zkušenostmi z velkých transformačních projektů. Celý transformační projekt bude trvat několik let a nejspíš nebude mít rychlé a snadno dosažitelné výsledky. A proto ho musí vést zkušený lídr, který se nenechá zvyklat klasickým odporem ke změně a kritickou pozorností médií. Zároveň je nutné, aby mu poskytoval dostatečnou pozornost, politickou, komunikační a implementační podporu premiér země, tak jako u úspěšných transformací v jiných zemích.
Konkrétní body, které navrhl expertní tým Aspen Institute.
So the expert team of Aspen Institute has suggested some very specific steps to take. And we have Michal Bláha here, the founder of Hlídač státu here, Jakub Drbohlav, the deputy director of the Department of Management of Education System at the Ministry of Education, Danuše Nerudová, the chancellor of Mendel University in Brno, Petr Pavel, retired general, hello, and Silvana Jerotková, Deputy Minister of Industry and Trade. Hello. So where do you see the chance for improvement? Do you believe that Czech civil service can be modern and efficient? So Michal Bláha, the main watchdog of the state, where do you see the biggest problem and the concrete solution? Many things have been described in the video we've just seen, but there are two basic issues that I see. Those need to be resolved first. So first, people, and second, the culture of innovation. What does that mean? It means that any change in civil service cannot be perceived as danger, which is what it is like now. And then people need to believe in the change. The people inside, the civil servants themselves, need to believe it, because without them you cannot achieve change, of course. And you need to have people who have experience with transformation on board, people who have conducted transformation elsewhere. They are key to having a successful transformation process. The chance of failure is much bigger if you do not respect these principles, if you do not take these points into consideration. You know, you need transformation teams, action teams, which means accepting around 100, 120 new people in civil service who will help you with the transformation. That doesn't mean you have 120 new bureaucrats. That means that you just take these people on board temporarily, and then the investment pays off 10 times over. You said we need people who are not afraid to implement changes. Jakub Drbohlav, sitting next to you, is one such person. You started working for the state after working for the private sector. Why did you believe in the possibility of change? Well, exactly. And, you know, I've been there for 15 months in the public sector, and I think that our results speak for themselves. We can change things fairly easily and fast. And I switched jobs because I wanted to do something more meaningful. I wanted to give back to the community and to society, and I see many people like that around me, young, capable people. And now on to Silvana Jirotková, who has a similar experience. She started as a civil servant, then went to the private sector, and then back to civil service. Why? Where is the main problem of civil service, and can you transfer the efficiency of the private sector to the public sector? Oh, I think you certainly can. It's always about people. That's why I came back to the civil service. I still feel that there are many people around me who are willing to contribute to the change, who are willing to work for the country, who are willing to help the country move ahead, help it develop economically. And that is why I am still a civil servant, the feeling that we can influence things together and improve things together. Danuše Nerudová is an example of change being possible. When she became the chancellor of Mental University in Brno, she achieved one thing. You know, everybody started speaking about the university. She's an economist that people in Brussels listen to, and her main focus is the efficiency of civil service. So where is the problem? Can you see Czech civil service as a modern organization in the future? Well, for me, the most important thing for conducting this reform is trust. Trust of citizens towards the state, but also trust of the state in its citizens. You know, all countries that have conducted a successful reform of civil service had a very high level of trust of citizens in the state and vice versa. It's a must. The last year and a half has shown us that the state is not really capable operationally. You know, it is failing in everyday operations, let alone doing something bigger. I think we first need an efficient structure. There is a lot of room for improvement in the structure of Czech civil service. Second, the crisis has shown that we need to have a strong analytical pillar. The policymakers need strong analysts backing them. They need a lot of good data backing their decisions. And then they can formulate public policies successfully. And third, digital transformation, of course. But please, digital transformation doesn't mean a mere digitization of paperwork. Digital transformation means mapping processes, mapping agendas, rationalizing them, and then that's the actual digitalization of civil service, not just turning paper documents into electronic ones. And my experience as chancellor is that it does take some time. We have digitalized the university, and you really need to take many little steps on this journey. And why little steps? People don't want change. Czech society is extremely conservative. It doesn't want change. And the key thing here will be communicating those changes. You need to communicate them in a way that make people accept them. You know, if people don't accept the changes, we won't succeed. Thank you. How about in the army, General Pavel? How does it work in the army? How can we transfer experience from the army to our regular political life? You know, we've heard it already in the previous panel. We have the tactical, strategic, and operational level. How can we work with that? I guess many people have this idea that the army is about issuing orders and respecting them without thinking about them. But today's army is full of good managers and good leaders. And I think you can definitely compare the army to, a successful big company, because no organization in the world can only be based on, handing out orders. The army has a very good division of, the strategic and tactical level. It is very well defined. Responsibilities and roles are very well defined. Also, an army always has to work as a team, and no good commander will make a decision without any expert knowledge, expert recommendations. That's how it works at national levels and also international levels, like at NATO. You always have a recommendation of the expert group, and then the commander decides. And it is quite similar to politics. So the civil service, to speak about our non-military lives, is here to prepare the documentation, the knowledge, show their expertise, showcase it, and then the leader makes the decision, knowing they can fully rely on the expertise. So using some methods or strategies from the army in our civil life, I think is definitely doable. Current army leaders have to go through a several-year training on how to be leaders, so I definitely think the army has something to offer. We can definitely draw inspiration from the army, and we saw it during the crisis. The army substituted the work of the Ministry of Health to a certain extent in terms of tracing and vaccination. So we've heard it. We need to base our decisions on data. Michal, does our government work with data? Can it work with them? Aren't we maybe afraid of data showing us that it was a failure, so it's best not to start with data at all? Well, yes. We don't know the answer to the question how efficient civil service is because we are not measuring it. It's not about a whole, it's about the individual agendas. Take individual processes. Say you need a different citizen ID. So how well is the process designed? We don't know because we're not measuring it. At the biggest level of the ministry, you know what the budgets are of the individual departments, how many people are there, what their wages are. You know that, but you don't know what they base their decision on for one particular process. You don't know if changing your driver's license costs a couple cents or a couple crowns. You don't know that. And civil service has some abnormally expensive IT systems, for example, which was caused by the fact that nobody knows how much a single transaction costs. Say the CRAP system, where all the real estate property of the state is recorded. And it has turned out that the system cost like 1 billion crowns, 1.2 billion. And it was absurdly expensive. Keeping a record of the state's real estate is absurdly expensive because of this horrendously expensive IT system. I don't know exactly why the situation is what it is, but I think it's partially caused by fear because, yes, people are afraid that the data will not turn out very well and it will be considered a failure. But you can't learn if you don't make mistakes. If you don't fail, you will not improve. So the more things you measure, the fewer mistakes you will make in the end. The private sector has discovered this 20 years ago. Now it's time for the state to do the same. When I was a general, when I was evaluating some of the officers in the army, their criteria was, well, we're at work 20 hours a day, we have a lot to do, so we're good at our work. And I told them, well, the fact that you're spending a lot of time here doesn't guarantee that you're doing your job well, that you're efficient. So yes, we need to focus on how efficient the processes are. Danuše Nerudová. I think I know why we are where we are. It's always difficult to assess yourself. And very often you have issues split between individual ministries, and there is no umbrella person, umbrella organization making sure that you don't buy these overpriced systems, for example, because you may have this system at the other ministry. The other ministry could provide it, right? So we should take inspiration from Ireland or Austria, where they have conducted the reform of civil service, and they always had one unit, one umbrella unit, whose task it was to modernize civil service, which meant that individual bureaucrats and individual ministries were not deciding about how many people you're going to let go from the ministry. So I think it is about our inability to coordinate. Now, I'm very happy that there will be a unit at the government office that will do this, and I'm really hoping that it will be project managed, that they will hire transformation experts, it will be centrally managed, and the outputs will be measured centrally, because that's the only way to make sure that ministries are efficient. Ministries will not evaluate and assess themselves. That's not going to work. I think the answer to the question why we don't have enough data, why we're not following things with data, is the answer is simple. Nobody wants it. Okay, it would be too visible, right? No, it's not about it being too visible. Nobody's asking the questions. Yes, from my own experience, like people in public service, are not evil or afraid of self-criticism. That's not true, but nobody wants them to do it, and they don't want it from anyone. And that's the same as in the private sector, maybe in the army as well. If there's nobody who has the power over the team, who does not consistently want to see results, it's not going to happen. That's the main reason. How do you work in this environment, both at the Ministry of Industry and Trade and the Ministry of Education? Because Silvana was responsible for putting together the National Renewal Plan, the Recovery Plan. And interministerial cooperation is difficult. We know that. Yes, it was an interesting exercise putting together the plan. I think lessons can be learned and were learned from all colleagues from all ministries when putting together the recovery plan. They needed to learn how to work differently. It really was, surfing on the edge of available legislation, because we do have the Competence Act and there are certain limits to what we can do. So yes, legislation should change a little bit. That's necessary. You need to have a good structure, like in the army. Everybody knows what their task is, but at the same time, you need enough flexibility to be able to say, okay, this project is interministerial, and I need to be able to have enough competency to sometimes manage somebody from a different ministry, for example, so that we can meet and be operational as a team putting together the recovery plan. And the current legislation doesn't really allow for that. It's rather a hindering element. Okay, that's, I think, a good example. It could be a case study. Let's write it down. What would help us do this better next time? Next time we have to put together a recovery plan or something like that. Are we going to learn that lesson? We can. We need to stop focusing on the agenda of individual ministries, because in the real world around us, there are interministerial problems. It's not only up to the Ministry of Health or only the Ministry of Industry and Trade. Civil service must be able to do things cross ministries, cross sector projects. We need to flexibly create interministerial teams and change them, and then dissolve them when they're no longer needed. I'll use an example from your ministry. I worked with the team of Digital Czechia. It was in 2018, 2019. And we were doing a survey, mapping the readiness of ministries for digital transformation. And in the survey, we asked people, how is their work evaluated? How do you know that you're doing your job well? And nobody was able to tell, unless it was a joke from their side. And the first relevant answer was from Mr. Marchan from the Ministry of Industry and Trade. He's a long-term director of the IT department there, and he said there is only one criteria that is used for his assessment. When legislation changes, something needs to be done. He does it on time and while respecting the legislation, but nobody cares what the quality of his work is, how much money it costs, and what the impact on the general public is. So the civil service is, for example, not motivated to come up with products, so to speak, that are easy to use for citizens. It's because this is not an evaluation criteria. That is why communication with the state digitally is not very easy, and people don't do it. We're like the 25th out of 30 in the EU. That's very bad.
Just a quick remark on flexibility. We have examples. Teams are being prepared for specific projects. These teams are cross-department, and they are limited by time, by their competencies, and also by their responsibilities. However, between individual services within one ministry, this cooperation is possible. But interministerial cooperation is more difficult because it's a problem of the politics. Some ministers believe that the ministry is their home, and they believe that everything needs to be validated by them so that there is no threat or risk. We have had to work with the Ministry of the Interior, with the firemen and with the policemen, etc., and everything had to go all the way up to the minister, who needed to give their consent, and then it went all down. So this is what needs to be changed. If we cannot coordinate our work horizontally and across ministries, there's nothing we can change. We have heard this in the previous panel here, when we had prime ministers here. They said that the operations need to be divided from the strategic part. What can be done? How can we do this? We have this act on civil service, which is quite successful. What and how can be done? 3 people want to react. The floor is yours. Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to react on Michal Blaha and on measuring the efficiency of the system. We have been circling around a topic we have not opened. From my experience from the university, this is the key. Everything is people-based. And we have completely forgot to manage human resources, and this is crucial for the operations of the civil service, because if each employee had their own personal development and progress team, if each employee was paid by charts with fixed salaries, then it would be easy to measure the efficiency. But unfortunately, human resources management is inexistent in a public sector, so it's difficult for us to measure its efficiency because the people do not know where they are heading, they don't know what they are doing, they just know they need to do things on time and in accordance with the law. So who's measuring it? The employer, the government. not the government, but the secretary of the government. Let's be honest, because all these measurements, the system setup and the motivation setup is a question that is tackled by the secretary of the government and by the ministers. We have had this here. The vice ministers, such as Silvana Jirotkova, are these top managers. Do you feel like one? We have mentioned these interministerial meetings, but let's get back to just one ministry. What powers and what abilities to influence people and to motivate them do you have? How can you motivate them to help them complete their tasks, and do they understand their responsibilities? Yeah, our availabilities are limited. As a vice minister, and it works the same across all the ministries. The vice ministers are the people who do their job well. Unfortunately, you usually don't have enough time. 2 years are not enough. You are limited. You cannot find the right people. If there is someone who is not working well, I don't want to say who don't work at all. That happens too sometimes. It's nearly impossible to replace someone and to bring someone from private sector into the civil service. People need to have experience from public service. They need to fit in. Everything is strongly regulated. So the fact in which we recruit people, it's not like a manager meeting a candidate for a specific position and having a chat. It's a process that is complicated, and you don't have any say in this. Sometimes it doesn't sound nice, but you need to work with what you have. You need to use your skills, you need to use the remuneration system, you need to use your communications and managerial skills, and it's not easy. I'm sorry, I disagree. We have 40 people at our department. 12 or 13 people will be joining our team next January. Some people have left. It's not a problem. And this is one of the moments when we tell ourselves that there are formal obstacles which seem to be impossible to overcome, but it is indeed possible to overcome it. And this is what the authorities need to do. If there is a work standard that is required from the people, there are values you want them to adhere to and to respect. And if it's not the case, then it's just time to say goodbye to them. This is maybe a cheeky comment, but have you encountered people who didn't want to say goodbye even though they were not respecting and sharing the same values? Yes, of course, but then it's just a matter of time, or we wait if they change. If they don't, they would just leave eventually anyway. But what you need to focus on is the impact you're making. And obviously there are unpleasant things, there are interpersonal things you need to also overcome. Danuše Nerudová will be next. One personal experience I wanted to share. I have encountered the same thing Silvana was mentioning here. When I was restructuring the university, heads of services and departments were telling me, this is not possible, I cannot fire these people. But I understood that the top managers need to have the keys to undergo these changes and restructuration. So I gave a legal service, which was sufficient to the heads of services. And we also had a strong HR service who was taking care of this for the director, for the top management. So it does not mean you cannot let people go. It is possible. We have seen it. We have done this. We have had 2 legal actions filed with the court, and we won them both. I can understand that suing a university is less attractive than suing the government. No, I think it's the same. I must say that public service is over-regulated, and it's because we are lacking confidence and trust among the citizens or within public services, be it the Act on Civil Service or the Labor Code. These pieces of regulation are quite narrow, and we often try to find ways how to circumvent these, how to avoid these, how to find a loophole and a creative solution. I believe that Vice Minister here is in charge of many things, but the things that she can really influence are very few. Let me share an example with which we have seen with the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. There are about 60 people of 60 project managers. They are setting up the new processes. These are all external consultants, very expensive. And I asked, why don't you hire at least 30 people so they are in-house? You can save money for sure. And there are many other advantages. They will be employees of the authority, so you will keep the knowledge that they will learn. You will get to use the know-how, and there will also be this tradition or history of cooperation. And she says, yes, that would be great, but if we ask the Ministry of Finances to hire 30 people, they say no. So why don't you explain it in terms of finances? If you tell them, we will save this much, they may say no. Anyway, some of the decisions which are interministerial are not economic, and they're just silly. They make no sense. So it's like a decision-making in a huge corporation. You don't have a look at the impact, you just do the head counts. Trust. Trust is what has been mentioned here many times, and we ruin it for ourselves many times. Because usually we speak about the civil service in negative terms. And this is what we hear in the media. We need to save money, we need to reduce the number of officers and civil servants, but there are also doctors and teachers who are civil servants, but many people imagine just the red tape, the people stamping documents and sitting in an office. We very often believe that these people are unable of working in the private sector, so I think that this is something we do. We shoot ourselves in the foot because this makes it even more difficult. I believe that changes are indeed possible and we can change things. It's a question of the system. Sometimes your hands are tied. If you want to reorganize something, you are limited by the numbers numbers of people you can have, also by their salary rank and other limits that cannot be overcome. We often talk about our limits and acts and other pieces of legislation, but we must understand that we do not create rules to be less efficient. They're supposed to help us make our jobs better. If they are not suitable, they must be changed. If it's impossible, then we need to push it forward so it can be done on a different level. If this is done, then we cannot have these processes who are slowing us down for about 10 to 15 years. We cannot just complain and do nothing about this. How a shared group of experts could help. These people would keep the knowledge and the know-how Michal has mentioned,
Možná zároveň může bořit ty hranice, tohle je moje ministerstvo.
They could also break the limits between the individual ministries. A recent experience, we asked the people what we can do for them, how we can help them. It was mainly focused on IT. We tried to explain that digitization is not only about IT. And they said, we are limited. We have a set number of lawyers per service, per department, and they don't know the specifics of the individual fields, be it IT or other areas. It would be great to have a shared team of experts, which is the case at the Ministry of Regional Development. It would be great to have a group of 10 lawyers who specialize in IT and who would be able to help interministerial projects. In a company, it would take a month to create this group. In our government, in 3 years, this has not been done. There are people who spend their days thinking of the possibilities, how the world can be changed, how people can get excellent education. But if nobody wants to do the change, if nobody wants the team's expertise, nothing can change it, nothing can be done. So the leadership is key. If somebody wants to do things and change things, that can be done. But I think that's, and I'm sorry for taking the floor. I think I have outlined this at the beginning. I talked about innovations and about the trust. We are talking about innovations, changing things, small or big things. But the problem of civil service is that innovations and changes are something that is not well seen. I generalize, obviously there are exceptions to this rule, but generally if you do something well, there are still 50% changes that you may fail and you will have to do it again. If you fail, the punishment is always there. Your boss will criticize you, or the public will criticize you, the media will come and say, you have wasted 5 million crowns, etc. Sometimes the reactions are exaggerated and not proportionate to what's happened. But if something goes well and something's successful, it's normal. There's no appraisal, there's nothing, there's no motivation for the people who did the work. So the safest way in the civil service is to change nothing, which is in direct contradiction with innovations and changes. Danuše Nerudová next, please. Yes, I fully agree with you. I think this is closely linked to our society in Czechia. This different point of view, this different approach, different way of managing. The employees don't discuss with their bosses, they never challenge their decisions. I will share an example from Israel. Employees are awarded for bringing better ideas than those that their bosses come up with. The society understands that this is how innovations work, and the same system is applied in the army. I don't want to intervene to your activities, but this same approach is applied by the Israeli army, and that's why the country is called as the innovation nation. I talk about this very often, everywhere I go, every conference. The people who do these changes, they push the society forward. These people, these civil servants who understand that if they just go there and do their work 9 to 5 and change nothing, they believe that they will be seen as successful because they never failed. But until our society understands that making mistakes is human, until we understand that children need to find creative solutions, and other than what the teachers say, we will not be able to change anything. Yes, indeed, we need to be able to make mistakes and learn from them. I wanted to share an example from my practice, from my experience. We need to change our approach. Back in 1999, when we joined NATO, I started working in the Netherlands. I was the head of the service working with lessons learned from different military operations. One of the generals told me, I will not assess you and your team based on the outcomes of the exercise and of the activity. I will only assess you based on the number of improvements you come up with after the training. So that's why we try to identify these lessons learned and this experience. Many people understood this, they took it as an attack, as a personal attack against them. They believe that anything that points out something that was not done, and they will interpret it as an open criticism towards their personality. So everybody's jealous and they jealously defend the system and the solutions. So we need to stop worrying to admit our mistakes, because admitting mistakes and correcting them is a sign of strongness and power. But this will take a generation or maybe generations to change. Silvana Jirotková next, or Michal? No, not generations. No, we need to bring new people to the civil service. And it's also about the educational system. They already need to come with it. They need to bring it to the office. Yes, sorry, Silvana. No, it's not a problem. I agree with what you say. It's about the top management, be it the prime minister or anyone else. Somebody needs to say, I need this, and then you need to adopt an approach that will let you achieve this. Something which has not been said here are these goals. We are talking about efficiency and effectiveness, but you need to know what your goals are. That's tricky sometimes. Let's circle back to the National Recovery Plan. This tool forces states to come up with specific goals which can be quantified, which have deadlines by which things need to be accomplished, and then if it is achieved, then the finances can be received from the European Union. I think this was an interesting exercise for many colleagues because they needed to think strategically about the whole process. They needed to think about their strategy, and they needed to imagine what their goals would be, the tangible goals at the end of this. I would not say that there is no willingness to change the civil service. It's more about the fear. Jakub? Yes, and I think that the stress we put on corruption doesn't help it at all. Now the antitrust agency runs inspections, and I think it's not the best approach, because then you have the media, and I don't want to take anyone's part here. I do not want to excuse the Ministry of Finances, because obviously there are priorities. You need to buy things when they are necessary, but then they were strongly criticized by the Czech Supreme Audit Office and also by the media for spending too much money. This may sound perverted, but after the time we have had to think this is just reasonable and logical approach. I don't think that anyone I have met during my work at my position, I don't think that anybody wanted to corrupt or steal money or evade money. No. We are seen as the watchdog. We are seen as the one who digs dirt on people. But it's not the case. We only want to point out things that are not good and that could be improved. We believe that more transparency is good for establishing trust. If you hide something, it means that there are probably reasons for you to do that, be it for strategic or security reasons, that is fine. But usually in terms of economic things, it's not necessary. So if the government is hiding something, it's not good. They need to be able to explain things and to show that they stand up to their solution. We organized a hackathon where we tried to provide solutions and we focused on both costs and quality, because usually the government only focuses on the cost side. Yes, but this is only about the people, because the law says you need to focus on the price. Yes, but we must focus on quality, because if you don't focus on quality, this may raise many questions. Do the people know each other? Aren't they privileging their friends, etc.? As a representative of a university, I must say that it's difficult to put the stress on criteria other than costs, because it's sometimes difficult to reason and to explain your decision. It's all about responsibility and the willingness to bear it. And you know that we now need to focus this approach of responsible public contracts. Nobody knows what that means. It is open to interpretation, and many people have troubles with this, especially at our university. We have a question from the audience here. How do you think we can improve the image of civil service to bring competent and motivated people who will not be afraid of saying, I focused on quality, not on costs when tendering this contract? I think it's easy. There is one thing that has proven to work in the UK, fast stream. In the UK, young graduates like to work for civil service. They prioritize civil service to private companies. Why is that? There is a very selective program. About 5% from Oxford and Cambridge graduates are accepted. You rotate, you change several positions at different ministries, and when you finish, it opens you many doors. Yes, but you need to do it successfully. Everything is assessed and measured. Yes, but let's get back to the reality. For our graduates, the civil service is the very last option. I don't think it's because we don't have fast stream. It's about the aura of the civil service and of the trust it inspires. I think that we have been doing this program, but in the opposite way. Because, for example, if you change your job, if you come from Czech Invest to the ministry or the other way around, or if there are young graduates, it's interesting for them. They can meet their future employers, and then they will get a job there. So it's not about changing one thing, it's about changing thousands of things. The Act on Civil Service is an excellent example. We can see here that civil service is bottlenecked. You've mentioned fast stream, people changing positions every 6 months. People would be confused here. Why is civil service not attractive to the young graduates? I think it's not a question of your quality, experience, or education. When you go to the civil service, you start from the bottom. You have the lowest salary that is possible based on the chart. And this is awful. This is unacceptable. I think it's something that must be changed. People must be valued based on what they can do and what they do, and not based on their merits. And this will require a huge change of our mentality. Yeah, and here we would need a strong HR manager. Yes, but it's a question for trade unions. They will completely smash you if you raise the issue. No, they will not smash you. We were the first university who deleted the seniority factor and who improved the efficiency. Yes, it took me nearly a year. I had to work with 9 trade unions. It took a lot of effort, a lot of negotiations, but I believe that this is a major success because it has completely improved the situation, because I can hire people from abroad. I can give them a better salary, which is incomparable to what they can make abroad, obviously, but it has untied our hands in terms of HR topics, such as remuneration based on the performance of the people, and that's crucial. The qualification requirements are insane. The head of department, which is a low level, they need to be university graduates. And now please tell me how many people who are skilled in marketing, analysis, project management, and technical skills who have a university degree, because most of the people who are at these positions graduated in the 90s, where there were no universities for these areas. So some people are disqualified from the process. The requirements we put on to these people do not take into account what the people can do. It's all about the degree they have.
So we have to change what we want from the people who come in, and we have to change how we evaluate them. I'd like to add that, yeah, one thing is flexibility in terms of people rotation and their assignment to roles and salaries, but also self-actualization. I know nobody wants to do a routine menial job. If you hire them, and it may be an entry-level position, but give them a project to work on, something meaningful, and tell them, you'll be evaluated based on the results, then it will be motivating, especially if they see some sort of a career perspective unfolding. You have to give them something good to strive for. One thing, a technical remark, Michal, it's not true what you're saying. Every worker must have a master's degree. Like, we have a colleague who has a bachelor degree from Cambridge, but she's not qualified enough to work there at our workplace. It was technically very difficult. So this is a practical, easy thing that we can do cheaply, very fast, and it can have a big effect. Then you need to have a good campaign. Every company invests in promoting its brand. How come public service is not doing it? We need a PR campaign. Like, why not spend money on building civil services PR? If we just agree on it, we can start doing it. Okay, let's help with the good name. And another question, what should the next government do to modernize civil service? What will be the keys to success? How can we change this? How can we make civil service a place everybody wants to work in? Well, I'll start with what the next government should do. They should approach the issue as a complex problem that takes longer to resolve than one government mandate. That's important. If they see it as an investment not in their future political campaign and future elections, but an investment in better state, then it will be good. But if they see it in a populist way, like the current government, nothing will change, because this process will be painful, there will be failures, and there will be many critical voices, and you just have to be able to withstand it, and that will be hard and it will hurt. I think the main principle that civil service should be based on is the service part of it. It's a service for citizens. And you have to be forthcoming, you have to try to simplify people's lives, not the other way around, which is true for citizens and businesses alike. So the UX of civil service, so to speak, is very important. It's a service. They are not there to govern your life. They are there to serve you. Okay, so give me, please, very practical examples. What would you do if you were prime minister, if you were the prime minister of the upcoming government? They have 4 years, not even that. You know, they will be evaluated after 3 years. So what can they do? I just wanted to add to what has been said previously that, yes, it's a service, but you have to realize that one of the key roles of civil service is providing high-quality service to the government and to ministries so that they can develop good policies. And this role was, very weak during this year-and-a-half long crisis. We were implementing measures without evaluating whether they were efficient. We were shooting with blanks. We didn't know what we were doing at all. But back to your question, yes, the next government should look at the project as being a long-term project beyond the horizon of one government's mandate. It has to be centralized. It has to be governed from the government office in Prague, and the unit must have, enough powers. You can have a beautiful team with wonderful experts, but if you don't have the actual legislative power to change things, that we're not going to move ahead. I like what Danuše said. I've been saying it for the whole time. If you want to do something, you have to have a responsible person who will go to bed thinking about how to modernize civil service and wake up with how to modernize civil service, and it's their sole responsibility, and they have to be pushing the pedal, pushing the envelope all the time. So a clear division of responsibilities, like in the army. Then you should do something like a fast stream. You should do a campaign on attracting new people to civil service, and we need to amend the Civil Service Act based on an analysis by the Ministry of Interior. It is clear that the Civil Service Act didn't improve things very well. Oh, no, it did improve stability and transparency, but it actually lowered efficiency and independency. So the act is bad. When you're speaking about the campaign, how did you decide to leave BCG and go to the Ministry of Education? Well, I wanted to do something for the community, give back. Yeah, but what specifically attracted you? Like a person came up to you and said, you can work here, do this, you did it yourself? Okay, yes, I did it myself. Okay. So Silvana. How can we do the modernization? Drawing on your experience, what would you do as the new prime minister? A lot has been said already. It should be somebody who has a team available, somebody who has the competence They have to be a manager of the individual ministries. And of course, yes, if this unit is based at the government office, then that would be possible. And then, of course, at each individual ministry, there must be a manager for the ministry too, because you need a messenger who will pass the information from the central team to the ministry and back. Without this messenger, the role of the central team would be much more difficult. So you need to set goals well, and you need to be able to reach them in a bipartisan manner. You know, everybody must agree, the coalition and the opposition, because this will take longer than one government mandate. You don't know what the situation will be 4 years later, so everybody must agree. Everybody must have this is good service. It's in everyone's interest. I mean, irrespective of which party you're from, whether you're in government, you're in opposition, you want to have a functioning civil service, right? So it's in your interest. I agree with everything that has been said. Let's not look for solutions that are too complex. And let's not write more strategies and concepts and white papers. And let's not create more of these complicated materials. Let's take simple steps in parallel and draw inspiration from elsewhere. Let's cherry pick. Let's pick elements from other countries that we can implement immediately. Let's do that. We have the last 5 minutes. I'd like each of you to give me a brief answer. The video that started our session said, let's start where we can achieve fast results so that we can show that we can do this. We have something to hang on to start with. I think it's quite clear. The leadership is important. We need to have leaders who want to have a big impact. They need to know what a big impact is, and we need to change the culture. You know, making errors is okay. It's necessary if you want to innovate. I believe that we should start with the citizen-facing agendas so that citizens see positive results very quickly. That would change the perception of society. If you start with the reform and you see a change, you know, towards the ministries and the government, that's all right, but it must be citizen-facing changes. The most basic things, you know, you need to do some car-related paperwork, you need a new citizen ID, you need a new passport. You come to one place where they will take care of all of this, simplifying people's lives so that they see real change in their lives. Yes, I would say exactly the same thing. So, yes, I think we complement each other very well. We are all saying the same thing. So yeah, pick the low-hanging fruit. Go after it. And then, of course, do the long-term change in parallel. Now, those are small islands that will start to grow and then connected. That will take a long time. Changing the culture will take a long time. But the low-hanging fruit is there, and that is, yes, the citizen-facing agenda. You know, communication. Say, if you need to get something done as a citizen, you need to go to the websites of the 14 ministries and look for information there individually. Why isn't there one place online where we can do it? I think the Czech Republic is like 12 years behind. The UK was in this situation in 2011, so for 10 years they've been doing what we are now preparing to do. What they did first was to cancel the websites of individual ministries. They have only one citizen-oriented website speaking a very simple language. It's relatively easy and fast. So why don't we do it? Because the impact is immediate and the citizen sees that things are getting done. Unlike Michal, I don't think that the cultural change will take that long. If this government is the government of change, so, all that it takes is the prime minister showing the way, saying, okay, we're going this way, and then the ministers will pass that message on to their ministries. If everybody understands, okay, let's look for new solutions, we don't mind making mistakes, then people will follow because many lower level people want it. It might be hard to push this through the middle management there, but if the pressure is from the top as well as from the bottom, then the middle management will cave and follow as well. And then it might be quite fast. If I may follow up on Michal and Mr. Petr Pavel, let me say that the innovation is already there. It is very often informal. People at the bottom are willing to change. And yes, I like the idea of a single website. Communication is key, and the communication of the civil service internally and externally is not aligned. And we try to change it. We create an informal marketing team, an informal analytical team. So that's nice that the people came together, but it is not formalized. People just started, meeting, sharing knowledge, sharing experience, because they realized that it would have a big impact, a positive impact. But nobody told them to do that, and they don't have to do it. So let's base it on that. Many things are already going on naturally, so let's focus on them. So Silvana Jerotková, Petr Pavel, Danuše Nerudová, Jakub Drobohlav, and Michal Bláha. Thank you all. Thank you for having brought us to the new item on the agenda, awarding young leaders. So let's move on to the Aspen Central Europe Leadership Award ceremony.
We've talked about how necessary it is to have good leaders. That is also why the Aspen Institute CE organizes Aspen Central Europe Leadership Award each year. Usually, at the occasion of Aspen annual conference, we meet at gala dinner where the awards are bestowed. This time we cannot meet personally, but it means we are not going to leave this occasion and bestow the award. We'll do it right here, and we have a special personality to take care of that, a special leader by himself. Mr. Cordell Carter, the Executive Director of the Aspen Institute US Socrates Program and the founding director of the Aspen Institute's Project on Belonging. Before his current roles, Cordell held leadership roles, among others, with the Tech-Tau Foundation and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. As one of his passions is technology, he founded the award-winning technology training non-profit Tech-Town Foundation, which resulted in him being feted by the Obama administration as a 2016 champion of change for computer science education. And now, in June 2021, President Biden appointed him as commissioner to the President's Commission on White House Fellowship. Welcome, Mr. Cordell Carter, who will be joined by Ivan Hodač, President of Aspen Institute CE. Cordell, welcome, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's an absolute honor to be with you today, and I bring you greetings from Washington, D.C. We are at an incredible moment in human history. Western democracies are under attack by 5 big forces, one being climate change, another being labor/social benefits shortages, the other being massive technological change. We also have massive economic shifts that are disemploying people, and last but not least, COVID-19. So If there were ever a time where values-based leadership was needed, if there was ever a time where the leaders who are currently at the table of decision-making need to make space for others, now is that time. So I absolutely applaud Aspen Institute Central Europe for recognizing the emerging leaders in this region. This region knows what freedom is better than most. They need to be elevated, they need to be supported, and they need to be praised, just like they're doing today, for those young leaders are society's best hope. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much, Cordell, and thank you for being with us. It's great to have you here in those difficult times, and thank you for traveling such a long distance. The Aspen Institute Central Europe, or formerly Aspen Institute Prague, bestows every year, at the occasion of the annual conference, an award for special achievements. In the past, we have been bestowing these awards on outstanding personality, such as Madeleine Albright, Thomas Ilves Henrik, and John McCain. We have then later decided that we will change the system and that we will bestow this award on young, outstanding professionals for their special achievements, especially in the framework of Central Europe. We have been looking at 3 categories of achievements, but it goes much further. Promotion of responsible citizenship, value-based leadership, and also innovative policies that have a positive social impact on the society, but especially in Central Europe. We have today 2 awardees. The first one is Lubica Kardashova. Lubica has served as a Slovak diplomat for more than a decade. She currently holds the position of First Sherpa, meaning the advisor on EU affairs in the Prime Minister's office in Slovakia. She is a graduate at the University of Economics in Bratislava, from the Sorbonne University in Paris, and during the Slovak presidency, she has been in Brussels as a member of the Slovak team dealing with the presidency. She is also, among others, an alumni of our Young Leaders program. We recognize Lubica as an exceptional and values-based leader, actively promoting responsible citizenship, who deserves recognition for her contribution to Central Europe, specifically Slovakia. We believe she deserves recognition for her contribution in facilitating change and inspiration in the Central European society, including, but not just merely for, her significant personal impact story on vaccination diplomacy in times of global pandemic, actively promoting responsible citizenship. Lubica, we are very proud that we can bestow this award for you. Unfortunately, you are not with us, so we will do it on distance, but you will get this diploma. I will show it to the cameras. When we will see each other, I hope in the near future. So good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contribution, and you surely deserve this award. Thank you. Our second award. Sorry.
Yes.
Your speech.
Thank you very much, Ivan, and good morning to Prague colleagues. I wish we could all be there together today physically, but unfortunately, this is the life we're living during the COVID pandemic, and we have to adapt. That's also part of the leadership skills, I assume. I'm very honored to be today at the conference, especially given the topic and the main theme that is being discussed is very close to my heart too. I want to thank, first of all, the Aspen Institute Central Europe for recognizing my efforts, as you said, even over the last decade in the public sector. And I also want to thank my husband, Marian, and my parents who have been supporting me along this not a very easy way sometimes, to be honest. But let me also use this opportunity to share two thoughts with you. First is that I really believe Slovakia can be a valuable and a proud member of the European community. And to be that, for me, that means to honor the values of democracy, rule of law, and also a very special principle, and that is cooperation between European partners and bringing more EU perspective into our decision-making processes. That's crucial, and that's something I've been striving for over the past years. And the second topic I wanted to raise quickly is following up on what you've discussed since morning, and I've been following it very closely, and that is leadership of civil servants. It is necessary indeed, in general, but I think it's vital in the times of crisis. And COVID really shows and is a good example of that. As you said, I'm a diplomat. I'm not a health expert or epidemiologist or anyone close to that, but I know that a leadership sometimes means that you really have to do whatever you can with every skill you have to contribute to a common good. And during the pandemics, that is saving people's lives. And that's how I got actually involved into vaccines diplomacy and negotiations with our European partners on additional vaccines for Slovakia during the time when we had still too little of them. And we succeeded. And that was basically out of a teamwork and out of a shared goal. And that was the common good of the people. There are many more challenges than this one ahead of our societies in Central Europe, but also globally. And that's why I wanted to end by sharing a very important quote of a very important and inspirational person to me. And that is my grandfather, Imrich Karvas, who was a recognized economist during the Second World War, and who once said, if we only saw obstacles and things that doesn't work, we would never accomplish anything. Everything is in our minds and hands. And I would add to this a word of encouragement to all civil servants. Don't be afraid of helping your countries making the right, not popular decisions, as others might want you to do. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And good luck with the rest of the conference. Hope to see you soon in Prague.
Yes, thank you very much, Lubica. Thank you for these nice remarks. And thank you for encouraging the young civil servants to do lots of the things that you were doing and for which you have received this award. I'm sure that we will meet soon and that we will be able to give you the diploma. Our second awardee is Jan Manswell. Jan Manswell is an activist, writer, and culture animator, mostly known for his role as a co-founder and current leader of Miasto jest nasze, a leading Polish activist group engaged in urban struggles around ecology, equality, and accessibility of cities. We recognized Jan's tireless efforts and outstanding contribution to innovative policies with a special emphasis in Poland. He is driven by a passion for spreading education and values of leveling inequalities in the society, promoting the role of civil service. Jan is creative and inspirational for his generation, knowing his leadership skills and the importance of social responsibility. He believes in this, deserves acknowledgement for his leadership and role, modeling inspiring positive movement in urban transformation, including but not exclusively supporting the inclusive, just and environmentally friendly direction in the society. Jan, please. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you for being with us. It's nice to have you here. And I can give you this award on direct. So please, here it is. And again, is deserved. And I would like to give us a few words.
Thank you very much. It's really a big honor, and I'm really happy to receive this award. And actually, when our urban movement Miasto jest nasze, which means the city is ours, started in 2013. It started, and also that was also the time when my activism started. It was about a small group of people defending one small settlement in Warsaw, the Osiedle Jazdów, which is like the remnant of the post-war period, and it's a small settlement around a very green settlement with small wooden houses. It's exactly in the center of the city, like 500 meters from the parliament. And what they told us when we started was that it's impossible to defend it because we need prestigious buildings in the city center. And we thought, well, maybe it's impossible, but we will try. And we succeeded. And actually, I think that it's what we do all the time since 2013 to try to make changes that seem impossible, or at least make them an issue of public debate. And it was like this with, for example, the air pollution issue, which is really a very important thing in Poland and in Central Europe, I believe, or the climate change and the need to adapt our cities to climate change. Actually last week and this week, two amazing things happened again. And last Friday, the Polish Parliament introduced 3 new regulations on road safety, which we started to 2.5 years ago with our social campaign about road safety in Poland. And it is amazing that we succeeded and that they will be in the law from the January 1st. And another amazing thing is this award. And I really believe that Central Europe is a very important issue for us, because we always say that if something is possible, for example, in Czech Republic or in Lithuania or in any other state or city in our neighborhood, then it's also possible in Warsaw or it's possible in Poland. And this is really a big motivation and a big honor once again for us. So thank you very much for the award. And I also want to thank all my colleagues and co-associates from Miasto jest nasze, because this is also, the award is also for you. And thank you very much, and let's keep up the good work. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much again for your contribution. Road safety, access to cities, it's extremely important, and Miasto jest nasze, the place is ours, is one of the things that people should remember and behave accordingly. So thank you very much, and we are very happy to have you here with us, and congratulations with the award. Thank you. I would like to invite our moderator and our host, Misha Hergetova, to close the first part of this, this conference.
Congratulate our new leaders. Thank you very much for doing what you are doing. Ivan, thank you for bestowing the award. And yeah, we are at the point where we move to another short break so that we can afterwards continue with another very interesting and important topic, which is education and pedagogical leadership. So for now, enjoy your lunch and see you at 1, so at 12:40 in the Czech version of saying the time. Have a nice day for now.
Thank you very much.
Krásné odpoledne, dámy a
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after the break. Welcome back to our conference, The State of Central Europe 2021. This was also the topic of our discussion. This morning we talked about the efficiency of the civil service, and this afternoon we will continue and we will talk about the management of schools. Ask questions on Slido, use our hashtag Aspen Annual to ask your questions, and I will be very happy to transfer your questions to our guest speakers. But let's get back to our topic. Administrative hell is something what head teachers in the Czech Republic know very well. Czech schools have a very high degree of autonomy. There are only Dutch schools which are more autonomous. However, the head teachers do not have the support. This is one of the focuses of the educational strategy of the Czech Republic 2030+, and we will be discussing what are the requirements that the school principals need to comply with, and we will also talk about continuous professional development and pedagogical leadership and management. For this next panel, we will have Tomáš Verstek and Daniel Munich, who is an advisor to the Aspen Institute C and also the head of Surge EI.
Ředitelé škol jsou jedním z nejvýznamnějších článků vzdělávacího systému, bez kterého by neproběhla žádná reforma školství úspěšně. V průběhu tohoto roku jsem moderoval sérii odborných veřejných debat Aspen Institute Central Europe, které se zaměřily právě na ředitele základních škol. Se zástupci z řad ředitelů škol, zřizovatelů státní správy biznisu jsme se zamýšleli nad potřebou systémové změny, chybějící průpravou pro vykonávání této náročné a důležité profese, možnostmi edukace ředitelů a jejich podpory, kompetenčním modelu ředitele školy nebo nad rolí zřizovatelů a vhodnými legislativními změnami.
Zásadní význam ředitelů škol pro úspěch či neúspěch školního vzdělávání jsme v Česku dlouhodobě podceňovali. Prezentovaná studie s názvem Český ředitel, kompetence, výsledky a dobrá praxe ukazuje, že manažerská práce ředitelů výrazně spoluurčuje podmínky, průběh vzdělávání a v konečném důsledku spoluurčuje výsledky. Základem úspěšné školy je kvalitní pedagogické vedení. Anglicky trefněji leadership. Vedle toho ale musí ředitelé zvládat i horu administrativy. V mezinárodním srovnání jsou administrativou doslova zahlceni a proto jim na pedagogický leadership zbývá málo času.
Máme nějakých 4,5 tisíce škol a tam sedí nějakých 4,5 tisíce nešťastných ředitelů, naprosto zavalených administrativní prací. On si to málo kdo asi z veřejnosti, ale i z odborné veřejnosti dovede představit, protože to je tolik problematik, kde na ostatních institucích a státních orgánech na to mají vždycky gesci a celé oddělení a tady to padá vždycky na hlavu jednoho ředitele a jeho nejužšího týmu. A tím si myslím, že jsou lidé hodně omletí a to je ten nejústřednější problém. Dá se to dělat jenom s maximální vnitřní motivací, kterou prostě je nezbytné znovu a znovu hledat, ale v podstatě ten stát a spíše klade všechna protivenství a problém je taky v tom, co si myslím, že kdyby to mělo být teda něco hmatatelného, je opravdu digitalizace správy teda škol a těchto institucí. My neustále vykazujeme znovu a znovu v podstatě stejné nebo málo se měnící data a údaje. Každý nadřízený orgán, který chce projevit nějakou činnost, tak nás prostě obešle školy a nechá si odeslat nějaká data, aby je zpracovali a aby nepřesné údaje přesně zpracovali a vydávali je za nějaké zajímavé výstupy. Jak říkám, jsem tu 18 let a mohu srovnat, že neustále této administrativy strašně zbytečné přibývá.
Pro ředitele je klíčové, abychom jim vůbec umožnili jejich profesi dělat. Tím myslím profesi pedagogického lídra. Co to znamená? No, znamená to, že máme zbavit papírování a toho, co se dá převést na manažera školy. To znamená vybavit je někým, kdo za ně tu školu řídí a oni se mohou věnovat té pedagogické stránce vzdělávacího procesu.
Odbřemenit ředitele o administrativní zátěži je rozhodně důležité, ale zároveň to nezařídí to, aby se výrazně zvýšila kvalita vzdělávání a kvalita výuky ve školách. Dokonce si myslím, že to je spíš základ. Myslím si, že musíme začít přemýšlet o roli ředitele jinak. Jako o člověku, který zejména rozumí tomu, jak vypadá kvalitní výuka, dokáže vést tým jako zkušený lídr a zároveň přiznává, že se učí společně s ostatními. Aby jsme se k tomu dostali, tak z mého pohledu jsou potřeba udělat 3 věci, kromě jiného. Za prvé, změnit standard kvalifikačního studia pro ředitele škol a školských zařízení a výrazně to posunout ve vztahu k pedagogickému leadershipu a vedení lidí. Za druhé, udělat to tak, aby tyto kvalifikační studia skutečně modelovaly to, jak vypadá bezpečné učící se prostředí. A za třetí, podporovat zkušené ředitele a lektory v tom, aby dlouhodobě vstupovali do rolí vzdělavatelů ředitelů.
Podmínky pro výkon profese ředitele škol a zdaleka nejen ty finanční zájemce dnes moc nelákají. Ředitel má ohromné množství zodpovědností a přitom omezenou podporu. Zájemců je zoufale málo. Mnohde se musí vděčně brát každý, kdo se přihlásí. Budoucí ředitelé nejsou pro pedagogický leadership připravováni a musí se tedy změnit i systém jejich profesní přípravy. A také je třeba ředitelům ulevit od administrativní zátěže.
Rady a závěry expertní skupiny Aspen Institute.
Tips and tricks from our colleagues from the advisory group have been played to you here. Now let's move to our panel discussion. We will have here Mrs. Naděžda Aretová, the editor-in-chief of the magazine Řízení školy.
Daniel Prokop, vedoucí
Ivo Jupa, director of National Pedagogical Institute of the Czech Republic. Daniel Prokop, head of the Aspen Institute C and founder of PAQ Research. Jiří Vymetal, who is a school principal of an elementary school in Olomouc and also the principal of the year. And then we have here Mrs. Renata Zajíčková, who is a member of the Chamber of Deputies and mayor of Prague 5.
Pedagogický lídr.
Good afternoon. Who is a leader in education? Daniel. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me. I would like to answer by pointing you to our study, which is published in the booklet. Please read it. We have seen that schools where principals work closely with teachers and with pupils have better results. But the results can also be found at schools where principals focus on the framework educational programs and especially on the content of the educational curriculum. So I think a successful educational leader is someone who first works with the team. I think that the educational leadership is something that is not clear. We need to use what the pupils have. We need to use their potential. We need to see the impact of education on them so we can develop them. So the principals are not just the facility managers. They need to share their visions with the teachers, and then they need to focus on cooperation among teachers, implementation of content changes and modernizations, so we do not work on procedures that will never reach the teachers. We also need to monitor the impact it makes on the pupils. I think these are the key ideas of the e-educational leadership. And then there are these managerial things at schools. We will hear later on more about case studies that we have done. We have seen that these things are possible, and this is also something that MPI focuses on in terms of principals education, but I will be happy to hear my colleagues' input. Jiří Vymětal, who is a school principal. My question to you, does a good principal need to be a good teacher too? At a workshop I took, I heard that it's not necessary. If you're a good principal, you need to compensate it somewhere else. You cannot be 100% excellent at every field. I think a great principal needs to be a model, a great example for parents, for pupils, and also for the teachers. In my experience, I fully agree with what my colleagues said. I agree with what he said, that the leadership is who the leader is. I think that a leader is a person who knows how to share their knowledge, who can share their leadership, who can delegate tasks, and then who sets up goals and energizes the whole process. And then together with their colleagues, with the teachers, they try to tackle different areas and see these challenges rather as possibilities to grow. An educational leader, how is this seen by the National Pedagogical Institute? I will be speaking on behalf of our institute. I share the view which was shared by the previous speakers here. So my question is, what don't you understand? Let's not waste more time and let's do things. So I fully agree with you. However, I will challenge your opinion a little bit. I will challenge it and I will quote Pavel Škramlik from Litvinov, who is an excellent principal. We had this discussion yesterday, so I can still remember that. So I will or share stories from my youth or things that I experienced 2 days ago. And Pavel told me, I think I was a great teacher when I was teaching, but that's a long time ago. I no longer teach. So now I don't think that I'm a good teacher or an excellent teacher, because I think we have many great colleagues here. But I think something that I kept is the ability to see the quality. So even though I'm not a practicing teacher, I can still spot the difference between an average and an excellent teacher. And this is the quality or the competence that I have kept. What was really helpful for me was to see other people's approach to teaching and the techniques and methods they were using in education. There's no doubt that the classic frontal education helps us reach the targets that are specified by the framework for education. We need to imply students and pupils. We need to bring the teachers in it too. And I think that somebody who has missed the opportunity will have difficulties to understand this and to hop on this train. So I'm not saying that a principal needs to be a great teacher, but it is important to be a great teacher to become a great principal. And very often we can see that educational leadership is done by someone who does not have the field experience, the hand-on experience with teaching. Nadežda Eretová could share with us with a few words, or maybe answer my original question that was asked here by Ivo. Why is it impossible? Why is it so hard that we have people who are not educational leaders, who are managing schools, and they don't have time for any kind of educational leadership? Yes, I think this is the fundamental question, and it maps greatly the survey that was done. Together with the Netherlands, our Czech principals have the most work as compared to other countries, but contrarily to the situation in the Netherlands, they don't have the support they need here. Once I met someone who works with agility, project management. They work with lawyers and people from tourism. And we thought it could be interesting for schools to learn from their experience too. When we started our discussion and we talked about how to approach the topic, I was asked what the board looks like, if there are 6 people, 7 people, 8 people. But for me, it was funny because I imagined a school in the countryside where the teachers need to remove the snow from the pavement in front of the school. They need to take care of everything. Of course, we do not have many schools like this anymore, but if you have a school which is split over several locations, and it's very complicated. It's all based on the goodwill of the institution that is organizing the school and also on their approach to the principals. Unfortunately, the principals are very often flooded with admin work, and they don't have any time to focus on educational leadership, which should be the main activity. There is another study being conducted right now as we speak. It's called the admin hell. This is what we have also heard here. It's very frustrating for the principals to see all the admin work they need to do. It's also connected with digitization, IT, and information transfer. In the morning session, we heard that we don't have colonels in the army, but in fact, we are also losing competent principals, and the system will be lacking their knowledge and know-how and experience and expertise. How difficult is it to find a great principal who would be a good educational leadership? So what would be the approach of the organizing body of a school, be it an owner or a public authority? And since you embody both, I think you're the best person to whom we can ask this question. I think that in the context of this discussion, the organizing body can play a major role because it's this body who selects the principal. I can only underline one fact which has been said here, is the interest or the willingness of the teachers to apply to become principals. Sometimes we only have 2 candidates, or sometimes there is just one, and our municipal district is quite large. So that's shockingly little. And then it makes it hard to select a good principal. Principals have important competences they can use to manage their school. But all depends on the way in which the organizing body approaches this. The organizing body takes care of the building, of the heating, of all the educational materials being provided, if the lawn is mowed, and so on. They appoint the principals, but in terms of sharing the power, that's a different thing. Of course, it depends on the individual organizing bodies, and then also on the individuals and on the person who's in charge of education. If it is somebody who knows education and who has experience, it is completely different from situations where you have someone whose only qualification to run the educational department is that they used to go to school. I think there is room for improvement. Feedback for principals needs to be provided. It's partially done by the Czech school inspection. However, the only come and inspect schools once every 5 years. And this authority needs to be in day-to-day communication with the principals. They need to work on these topics. I can share examples with you what Prague 5 is doing in this area. But I think that these actors need to be closely linked so that we can improve the leadership. I think it would be beneficial to have a professional standard because we need to recruit principals. We criticize schools for not working properly, but no one has defined by any standard or norm which kind of principles we need and want. There is no professional standard. Maybe Mr. Jupa can complete this. Does it exist? Do you have anything like that prepared already? Share with us the key competences which are required from the principals. What's your stance?
Yeah, a professional standard is necessary and useful, but it is not a panacea for the situation. It is clear that we have a framework education program, which is the state saying what they want done at school. And then you have the principal trying to achieve it. And it is quite clear that the founder of the school, the founding authority, wants the principals to do what is in the state's framework education program. They want it. But this is not happening at many schools, and I don't know if the professional standard would really help us with that. What we need to make sure is to have multiple people interested in the position of principal when there is a selection procedure. You know, it should not be that you only have one candidate for the position of principal. You need to have many, many candidates. Then, of course, the selection would be better. And yes, you don't want the principal to be, you know, a mason, an economist, an accountant, etc., etc. You want them to just deploy their pedagogical leadership. And I believe that currently the formal requirements for the principal, all of this is there, you know, the economic legal base is there. But it also includes that the principal should look at what is happening in the classroom, what is helping the children and what is not helping. But nobody is tested from that. You know, they care about all the other stuff, all the paperwork and the economic stuff and red tape, and if the principal or the candidate is able to take care of that, but they don't care about their pedagogical leadership. I recently talked to a very well-known principal, but he didn't give me permission to be named here, so he will remain anonymous. And he told me, I would love it for an inspection, you know, when it is announced, to scare me. I would love for them to come and try to, you know, see what is actually happening in class on Tuesday at 3 p.m. But that doesn't happen. They only worry about the red tape. They don't give a damn about what is going on in class. But they should. They should. The principal should be mainly responsible for what is happening to the children when they're in class and if it's helping them get to where they should get. And the principal should be scared of the school inspection discovering that, but they're not, because they know the inspection is just going to worry about whether the paperwork is filled correctly. So yes, there should be a standard. There should be an order, so to speak, from the state requiring that. Okay, so we need to give them conditions that will allow the principals not to focus on the paperwork too much. Who will set up these conditions? Who will ensure them? Well, I absolutely agree, but you need systemic changes for that to free up the capacity, and the first thing is money. You know, some principals are managing 6 to 8 different subsidy programs. That's insane, because the financing is bureaucratic. Let's work with a simple system, giving the principals enough money for the teachers, psychologists, etc. One system, that doesn't require them to fill in the paperwork for 8 subsidy programs. And it's very easy. You can indexate the schools based on, how many kids in the school, for example, are from socially disadvantaged families or something. You have the data. Just look at it. And another thing, don't we have too many schools? We have 5,400 elementary and secondary schools. That's a lot. That means you need 5,400 good leaders. I mean, that's hard to do. Imagine we had that many hospitals or something like that. I would cancel some of those schools. You need high-quality people, but we don't have that many. And yes, it's the big problem is that very often there's only one candidate for the position. And I think we should work with the middle management, to make sure that the selection procedure is good, that the teachers approve of the new director, yes, relieve them of the administrative burden, and make sure that the framework education plan is respected. And we have a lot of high-stakes testing in our system, single admission tests for secondary schools, high school leaving exam that is unified, while missing the low-stake testing. Like, we're not testing just to know what the situation of the kids is. We're not testing just to give feedback to the teachers. Like, we have a lot of high-stakes testing. The tests are very often not of a very good quality, but they determine the future of the children. But we don't have regular testing, just for the feedback. It would be good to have information for the principals about, how their school stands in comparison to similar schools. There are principals that are trying to go their own way, like Mr. Handley's from Krnov. He does his own testing, low-stakes testing, to know what the situation is. But let's do this nationally.
Renata Zajíčková chtěla reagovat, protože jakožto zřizovatel...
Renata Zajíčková wanted to react as the founding authority. You have an advantage. You represent a big part of Prague, which is actually bigger than many smaller communities, or communities with extended powers that are responsible for education in a wider area. So what are you doing to relieve school leadership from administrative duties? I think that, yes, what we've been talking about is well described. All the stakeholders know what must be done. But it will require changes in legislation, so it's a bit of a long-term process. But I think there are examples of both primary and secondary schools where it works well, where the principal is the pedagogical leader and is able to organize their work, maybe also by delegating certain tasks, to have their hands free for the actual educational work. And here come the founding authorities.
tu podporu těm ředitelům dát. A teď teda už budu...
They can support the principals. The current legislation allows them to do that.
Takže je to poměrně velká
Prague 5 has 14 elementary schools and 26 maternity schools or preschools. And when I took on my role, I met with all the principals during the first year of my mandate. I took on my role in autumn 2018, and already in our 2019 budget, we had a contribution for schools where we paid for half of the cost of the salary of a non-pedagogical worker. So from the beginning of 2019, each school and preschool will receive, half of the money it costs to have a non-pedagogical worker, and the principals are loving it, both the leaders of preschools and schools, and I know that they are using it well. Because nobody counts with a need for this role at a preschool. Nobody is working with the possibility of having an assistant or a deputy for the principal of a preschool. So what everybody did in the first place was hire an administrative assistant. Well, some hired people for the school canteen, some hired web designers, etc. But every founding authority can do that. So the Council for Education will have to find it in their budget, defend it, and give this financial contribution to the schools under their remit. And we also started paying for an agency that can process subsidies, so the principals have minimal worry with all that paperwork because they are catered to by the agency hired by the board of the district. So yes, the founding authority, if it is enlightened, can help the principals. It can help a lot. Mr. Vimnětal was nodding his head. I have a question here from the audience. So how about we have the principals as the pedagogical leaders and deputy principals as the managers? How about that? Well, with the new financing of regional education, I think there are possibilities. The principal has quite a lot of autonomy and a lot of responsibility. So with the new system of financing, if they have the given number of classes and students, they can pick somebody from the teacher's staff to help them become the pedagogical leader. Because not every principal is a good pedagogical leader, and they might want to have help from somebody else. And I know several schools where they did that. They have two deputy principals. One is there for the economic stuff, and the other is for the teaching stuff. And I think this allows the schools to progress very well over 2 to 3 years. But I wanted to say a few words about the founding authority, because I liked very much what my colleague here was saying. And the question is, who is leading the founding authorities? Who provides them with a method? A Czech principal is a very lonely figure. Yes, they get inspection coming into school and checking the paperwork mostly. And because the principal is such a lonely figure, they sometimes do need support. And who is there to support them but the founding authority, And they should support them in other ways than just checking the figures in the accounting. They should worry about more than just paper clips. Unfortunately, they do care about that stuff. The founding authority cares about that stuff because the internal audit signals that the school is lacking in those things, but it would be great if we focus on the school results instead, the test results. And I like the remark about testing here. Very often, I myself am in a situation when a testing has been done. It is a good feedback for us, the parents and the teachers, but that's it. We continue. And sometimes I forget to work with it, to pinpoint areas where there is room for development. That's true. Sometimes I just forget that.
Případně s inspekčními zprávami a oslovovat ty školy taky se svojí podporou, protože v NPI je řada výborných.
And I think that is also a topic for the National Pedagogical Institute, because there are many experts at that institute that could be dedicated to that. Now, Ms. Zajíčková, you want to react? Let me emphasize, it is about the principle being enlightened. You're right. Enlightened founding authority. The founding authority should provide feedback to its principals, of course. For example, since 2019, I have met with each principal at least 3 times, each principal in my district, and they knew beforehand what the discussion would be about. We were speaking about vision strategies, we did SWOT analyses of schools, we did surveys, studies. Each founding authority should be meeting the principals, providing feedback regularly in a sophisticated way. I think they should be the biggest support for the principal. But we have 2,560 founding authorities in the Czech Republic. So imagine how small some of them are. You know, somewhere when you have a small community which is overburdened with all sorts of agendas, so they might not have a dedicated person for education. But that's what Mr. Pokop mentioned. Maybe we have too many schools. And now Mr. Jupa from the National Pedagogical Institute. I was able to hold on to only one question. You'll have to maybe help me later. The testing is important. The principal here said that we should be supporting schools that need support. We have currently made a significant change in the support system, and starting with next year, we'll try to offer educational courses to schools who are asking for them, because they know they need them and they want to continue to develop. And we would like to work with a Czech school inspection and create a set of indicators that would allow us to assess schools and focus on those who are not asking for the help. So yes, of course, we can help those who ask for it, but more importantly, we need to address schools and support schools that are not asking for it because maybe they are resigned already, they have too much on their plate. So that's important. I believe that we as a national institute should be mostly responsible for the schools that are not doing well. Okay, so what do you base your help on? On the demands from the principals or on the various comparison tests? We have the SIO testing here in this country. We have some data comparing individual schools. So do you use the data? Do you use the results of the comparisons? What do you use? I'll try to separate 2 things here. First, the educational framework for principals. That is a standard that has been under development for several years. And we try to get inspiration from organizations that have already gone that way. For example, the Lead Life program. We don't want to reinvent the wheel, so if an organization has already done that, we can replicate that. So that's supporting principles. In terms of supporting schools, the Czech Republic has, of course, a strategy, a vision of its educational policy, and some schools are not performing as well as they should be. The data from the Czech School Inspection show that, and many other indicators. They are socioeconomic data from the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, for example. It may seem that this data is not useful for the Ministry of Education, but on the contrary, there is a strong correlation between this data and the situation in the educational system. So let's try to pinpoint, say, 5 very important social indicators, maybe coming from other ministries, from other data sets, and use them to focus on schools that will likely need our help. So we're focusing on this now. We're focusing on using these data sets. We have 3 pilot regions where we're doing it, the Ústí, Karlovy Vary, and Pilsen regions. And next year, maybe we will have it in 11 regions and then in all of them after that. Ms. Eretová wants to react. I want to applaud you, but I have the microphone in my hand. I'm really, really happy about this. And I trust that it is one of the many steps that will follow. Like, we all know about inequalities in education. You know, the first time a white paper spoke about inequalities in education was 20 years ago, and things have not improved over the last 20 years. They have gotten worse. There are big inequalities between regions. You know, the difference between the Ústí region and Prague, for example, is huge. It was in the press, and we have to thank Mr. Prokop for this, because he prepared this study, which received significant coverage in the media, and it's important to know that. But we have socially excluded locations in the central Bohemian region too, for example. One might not expect that. So let's work with that while preparing our support for schools. We have inequalities between regions, between individual schools. So thank you, Mr. Prokop, for this, and thank you for having monetized that, because the new government might be interested in that when you tell them that this is reflected in the economic prosperity of the country. That might be a way to convince them. And yesterday, Edwin got an article in the media about this, so it's great. It's great to be speaking about it, and of course we need to take the first step and start changing things. This is definitely the first step, what Mr. Jupa said, and I'm very happy about that. But let me go back to my first idea. We need to have a standard of the profession, we need to have some sort of a career development plan, and we need to have standards for the founding authorities, or a club of the founding authorities that would help them share experience, because the founding authorities are very different, and they also deserve systemic support.
I'm not sure if you have partially answered the question. I just wanted to ask, what is the role of the local governments? Who is there to say if an approach that has been tested at 3 schools in the region would be applied everywhere at the remaining 11 schools in the region, for example? Is there anyone who would like to answer? I think this is a great question, because there is not this feature in our system. So do you think that the autonomy we have is something desirable? Do you think that this autonomy is good? Yeah, autonomy, it sounds like a liberty. Yeah, so decentralization. Yes, I think it is a good thing to have in your school's culture, because you cannot dictate things to the principals. But I think that this decentralization and the admin work, which is difficult to follow, this is not something good. We need to find ways how to reduce it. We are talking about educational leadership, and there are different approaches. I think that the powers need to be well defined, and we also need to participate on the recruitment process of principals. Everything needs to be well anchored in our educational system. So we must not limit it just to advisory and counseling activities. I think that the organizing bodies need to understand that they need to not just take care of the buildings, but they need to do other things as well. The regions need to do the same. They can monitor the quality of the schools, and they need to work with principals. We have mentioned the Ústí and Karlovar regions, but if we have a look at the hard facts, which is the absence and also the number of people who don't finish the education, we can see here that, for example, Moravia, Silesia or Liberec regions are one of top most successful and one of the worst regions in the Czech Republic. The regions need to monitor this, and they could draw inspiration from what you do in Prague 5. I have seen there are different activities, there are workshops for principals and other things organized, so the regions need to be more active. Another thing that we need is a good management of finances. We need a system for municipalities in poor areas, which will make sure that these schools will get enough money, because the principals do not have any time to do that. In these municipalities where there are people who don't have that much money, community life needs to be supported bottom up. So it's a complex issue of taxes and finances and budget management. The school is much more than just the classes. The school needs to be connected with the community, and it needs to be supported. Everybody wants to react on this. I think this is a great discussion. I think all of you would like to take the floor to say something. Let's start with Naděžda Eratová. Just a very short and quick remark. I will circle back to the number of schools which was mentioned here. Maybe we have too many schools, but now you mention this community role of the schools. I would like to point out a very sensitive indicator. Schools in remote areas and in rural areas are the center of the community life. So in the past it used to be church, now it's more the schools, and it's important to support this, and we must not privilege the economic aspect to it. So that's something I wanted to underline here. How to help the governing bodies? I think it's the key role of the Ministry of Education to help the governing bodies, to show them what needs to be done. Excellent and schools that are less good are in the same situation. Apart from what Daniel has said, I must say that I agree with everything. However, if I imagine that we need to solve all these issues, I think we will probably go crazy and we will not manage to do everything. One thing I often say is that my mission is limited. My grandson is less than 2 years old, and in 5 years he will go to school, so the clock is ticking, my time is limited. And then we have a look at what we can do. If we create federation schools or not, I don't know. But go to see the individual schools and ask them if they want to be a part of this federation school. They will probably say no, because nobody wants this. They will say that it's not a good thing to do. However, they don't like any kind of system decision or a solution. So if we apply the Pareto rule, I think we need to focus on the work we do with the principles. And I think this should be our priority, and this is where we should concentrate our effort and energy. If we try to chase too many birds, then we will not catch any. And that does not mean that we will forget about the rest, but we need to focus on one thing: the education and continuous professional development of the principals. You have mentioned 2,655 organizing bodies. I think that all of them need to have a little grandson or a granddaughter, so they have the same motivation. Yeah, that would help. Renata Zajíčková. Yes, we have discussed the education and other activities connected with governing bodies. It is difficult, and governing bodies and organizing bodies are political structures. It is about the politics. It is the element that influences the way in which the governing bodies will operate. Another thing that needs to change is the way in which we think and in which we perceive education, what stress the parents put on it, what importance we assign to this area. And this is something that the society as a whole needs to work on. So we cannot focus just on the selection of the ministries and on the responsibilities of the governing bodies. We must not look just at our political colors and things like this. It is indeed about a political discussion. Political parties need to have experts on the matter. This is very often mentioned in this context. I know many organizing bodies who are very innovative, who know what the White Book is, they read a lot, they are really trying to learn new things, but then many others focus only on the facility management and heating at schools. We must focus on schools because it's our future. Now I will speak as the mother of kids who are in the kindergarten. We, the mothers, often share which school has a good principal. We do not talk about the quality of the teachers, but about the principals. So this is what makes us decide where our children would go. How do you perceive this? What's your impression from what you have heard on behalf of the organizing body? And you have not mentioned yours. Yes, it was on the side. It was just a side note. Yes, but the priority to focus on the principles where, how, and what can be done, which support, which next steps you would expect from the Ministry of Education or from the National Pedagogical Institute. So from the organizing bodies, we would need support. What would it mean for you? It would mean establishing priorities, joint planning, objective identification, assessment, and in terms of educational things, if the Vice Minister does not understand that, it would be a side, but it's important too. I think that also the environment in which we work is important. It cultivates us. So it's important to fix the buildings once we have had problems with plastering in the rooms and we didn't know how to make the governing body do things. We were looking for dead rats to place them there so they can take quick actions. It was very difficult, and finally we managed without the rats. But that was just to say that the principal needs to be a good negotiator. They need to get on well with the organizing body, and also facility management of the schools is important. They need renovating and reconstructing, but the principals need to have time and room to do things. We've heard this motivation story of a grandson who is going to go to school in 5 years, so that's our time scale. I think it's something we need to focus on. We need to create schools in which we would like our kids go one day. And I think that for most of the schools, it is important to create an environment in which children will feel comfortable, valued, they will feel like at home, and we need to have there people who see the reason why they do this. And what I expect from the ministry, I don't know. Naděžda Aretová will be next, and I have an additional point of view to weave into our discussion. We have talked about the organizing bodies, about the ministry, but how about cooperation between individual schools across the regions? Maybe let's talk about that too. I would like to react on what I wanted to say when I was listening to Jiří's words about the approach change, about the system change of the preparation of principles, and also since we work closely with these actors, I believe that principals can only become principals after they finish this preparatory period. It's not only about the legislation, because you can look it up. I think that the practical hands-on experience is necessary. A good teacher can be a good principal, but it's not always the other way around. I think that what helped me to become a principal is the fact that I was very naive. I didn't know what to expect. If I were not naive, I would probably think twice before taking the leap. Based on the studies and surveys, we know that if a school is creating an environment where children feel safe, they enjoy going there. Sometimes they prefer school to their homes, and the safe environment also lets them achieve better results and better grades. I have many examples of excellent principals who are very good with children who come from disadvantaged families. They create after-school activities for them. They organize different things for them. And sometimes people tend to send children from disadvantaged families to these schools, and this is a negative motivation for these principals, because if you try too much to integrate these children and families, sometimes you may become a school which attracts these people. So we need to have a better micromanagement to help principals I have mentioned, the principals from Krnov and Havířov. But we need to anchor this in the system. People who try must not be penalized. I think in Canada, principals rotate and they go to another one, so they don't want to create these schools favoring segregation, because then somebody else will take the post. There are many excellent examples. These people should be presented with an award or something like that. Two things I wanted to say: the networks and the professional development. It would be excellent if we had principals who would already be fully qualified. But I think a part of the experience comes from the moment when you become a principal. Because when you have the power and the team, you need to set up all the processes, you need to communicate with the team. There are many things you cannot learn unless you're a principal. There are no tools available. You can live the experience for 2 or 3 years and just try it out for yourself. As for the network, we see that this is a current trend, and we would like to switch the way in which the system functions. We want to identify 15 to 20 places where you have excellent principals who have been doing things for 20 years and who are a source of inspiration for other principals who come there to learn from their experience. They have created an accredited program. They share their experience with you. Then the teachers go and teach. Then they have focus groups where they discuss their experience. Many people have been through this workshop. It's very authentic and it's amazing. And I would like, on behalf of the National Pedagogical Institute, to bring the people to the individual schools where they can learn from their colleagues, not to bring them to Prague, to our institute, to give them a workshop or a training. We need to help them learn from each other.
K spolupráci mezi školami, myslím si, že to je velmi důležité.
As for the school cooperation, I think it's important. It's something we need to focus on. There are local frameworks and action plans aiming at education improvement. Another example we have in Prague 5. And this covers primary and secondary schools, both public and private ones. Many teams are created. They focus on individual topics such as experience sharing, financial literacy and other topics. This could be this could be a way to go. Professional development of principals. Here I would like to share my personal experience. I became a principal shortly after I finished my degree in school management. And after becoming a principal, I only realized what kind of knowledge I need and what kind of information. And then I went back to check my books and notes. There are many things you need to have and to know before you become a principal. You need to know the legislation, also the budget-related things, many things you learn on the go. But I would agree with my colleague here. When he became the principal, he understood how important it is to strive for continuous development. And career plan development is something we are lacking. We are focusing on the teachers, but I think that the principals are left behind. They need to be helped, they need to be enticed to improve and to develop. They need to have goals, they need to have visions, and I think continuous professional development of principals is crucial.
Well, I'm very happy to see that we all agree here, because you need to get ready for the job. You need to develop your managerial competence so as not to be snowed under when you start working at the school. You know, it's too late to be learning about the little details once you take on the role. You should be ready. But then, of course, you should continue to get educated throughout your career. It's not just about some initial training or initial degree. And then, based on how the roles are split between the principal and the deputy or the wider school management, the principal should be developed in the area which is their responsibility. And here I would like to follow up on Mrs. Zajíčková. The principal should be ready for the role, and now they take on the role. And we should have like a mentor for them. You know, it's important to have a mentor teacher when you have a new teacher taking on their role, and the same should be here for the principal. You know, a shoulder to lean on, a shoulder to cry on, somebody that they can reach out to for advice. What about you? How are you educating yourself? What do you want to achieve? Yes, I have been learning a lot, especially in the Lead Life project, because I worked not only on my soft skills, but we got together as a great group of people, and now we're visiting each other, learning from each other. We observe each other's work, we analyze it, and we pinpoint the problems we need to work on. And this works well for teachers, but not as well for principals. We should work on that. I liked what Ms. Eritová said, because I'm a relatively new principal, and I totally agree with the fact that you're a lone wolf. As a principal, you encounter one problem after another, and you want to do well, and you could use the help of a mentor. Absolutely. Now I found my coach and mentor thanks to one project, and I totally second the importance of that, and I think it's important for teachers too. So we're already thinking about financing a supervisor and an external psychologist to work with both the teachers and the school management. We want to be able to inspire each other to pull on one rope, all of us together. And it's important to share experience not just when observing other people's teaching, but also when networking with other schools. Unfortunately, the right partners for us were outside of our region. There's a hidden rivalry within our community, and people don't like to cooperate. So we found our partner outside the region. I know Mr. Prokop wants to react, but we have a question here. So very briefly, shouldn't we just cancel the school inspection and have more like support centers for teachers like they do in Finland? Should we try to attract teachers to go to marginalized regions, maybe for some money for some time? I think the school inspection has been doing a good job. In recent years, of course, they could work more with the National Pedagogical Institute and they can develop further, but it's up to both of those institutions. Attracting teachers to marginalized regions, yes, of course, such as Sudetenland.
uplatnění v těch Sudetech než v nějakém velkém městě v Plzni, v Praze, takže tam jako...
But it's difficult, of course. Yes, you can shower them with money, but you have limited options. But yes, I'm all for financially attracting teachers to going there. In some countries, they require this from graduates. You know, a graduate has to spend some time right after school in this disadvantaged area. And Masaryk University has courses for teachers about this. You know, they want the new teachers to be able to work with these pupils. But this is just one thing. You need to enhance the region's capabilities overall, improve the situation overall economically, etc. And I confirm that the Lead Life project is very much appreciated by the principals in it because it allows them to develop their competencies. They like to support each other and, most importantly, meet face to face. And here we see that creating a community of principals is as important as the education itself. This is how the system should work. Thank you, thank you. We really don't have more time. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you to Renata Zajíčková, Jiří Vymětal, Daniel Prokop, Ivo Jupa, and Naděžda Eretová. Thank you to everyone for asking questions. And I have a good feeling that things are improving. They have been improving over the few years that we've been speaking about it.
U vzdělání nebo vzdělávání ještě chvíli zůstaneme.
And we'll continue with education. We'll just add a little bit of new technology to it. Maggie Johnson, the Vice President of Education and University Programs and COO of Google, will now be speaking about skills in general and AI in general and the opportunities it brings.
Hello. It's my pleasure to be here today and thank you to
Dobrý den, je mi potěšením zde dnes být a děkuji Aspen Institute Central Europe za pozvání. Jmenuji se Maggie Johnson.
And I'd like to talk to you today about three things. The first is the current state of artificial intelligence technologies. The second is about the opportunities and challenges that these technologies bring. And the third is the important role that policymakers play in all of this. Now, before I jump into all of that, I thought I'd take a moment to talk about what artificial intelligence is. Very simply speaking, AI is just makes everyday things smarter. It is a concept that's been around for many, many years, but only in recent years have we seen some breakthroughs that have really made a difference. And those breakthroughs are around a particular computer science technique called machine learning. Now, machine learning is a way of controlling a computer that's very different than the traditional way. Ever since computers were invented, the way that we control computers is with a program. And a program is a very precise set of instructions that tell a computer exactly what to do. Now, that technique is one that we still use. Machine learning is quite different from that. What it does is it actually learns from data. Now, in the illustration that we have here, on the left side, you can see a machine learning system. And what it's doing is it's looking at millions and millions of pictures of cats and dogs. And what it's actually doing is it's extracting the patterns that define the attributes of a cat or a dog. And then it is actually learning from that information. Now, the system itself is called a model, and it actually simulates the way that neurons in our brains process information. And we also call it a neural network. So once the system has really looked at many, many different pictures of cats and dogs, we call that the training process. Then we have the situation on the right. Once we have a trained model, this model can look at pictures of cats and dogs it's never seen before, or in contexts that it's never seen, and actually be able to identify which is a cat and which is a dog. So this pattern recognition is the core of a machine learning system. Now, it might be that we use it to just identify patterns that the system hasn't seen before, or it might be able to generate new examples that don't currently exist. Or given a set of data and an associated outcome, it can train on a whole bunch of data that has those outcomes, and then look at a completely new data set and then predict with some level of probability whether that outcome would occur. This is how flood forecasting systems and wildfire prediction types of systems actually work. So you can see this is really, really a useful technique. Now, having been at Google for 16 years now, I have seen this unfold firsthand. The very first time that we used a machine learning system, a neural network, in a product was about 2013. We were releasing a new version of our Android operating system for smartphones, and we put in that system a voice recognition system based on machine learning. And we were shocked to see how much better that system performed than the previous non-machine learning version. It was actually, the error rate was actually 25% lower in the machine learning based system. And this ushered in a new era with our users using voice command types of voice commands on their smartphones. Now, that was 2013. In the years since then, I have seen machine learning get integrated into all of our products and services. As another example, in search, any search engine, one of the most basic processes that it has to do is it has to index the web. And what that means is that it will start on a web page, and then it will follow the links from that web page to all the other web pages until it's visited every page on the web. This is called indexing the web, and it's very similar to the index in the back of a book. The only way we can find those pages is to have an index that allows us to go back to where they were. Now, machine learning plays a role here because we've trained a machine learning model to identify spam pages. So as we're indexing the web, we use that model to identify spam pages, and we just take them right out of the index. Now, there are many, many other examples of how we have used machine learning in our own products and services. The other thing that we've done is we've taken a lot of the machine learning technologies that are in our products and services, and we have made them available to our customers with Cloud AI. Another thing we've done is open source a lot of our technologies. So the most important example there is called TensorFlow, and TensorFlow allows any software developer to create their own machine learning models. Now, when we look at the Czech Republic specifically, the country already has a thriving and quickly growing AI ecosystem. There is a strong academic and research base, an active AI community, and many investors are investing in promising startups. Alphabet's own venture firm, GV, has seen this potential and has invested in a startup called Resistant AI, which uses machine learning to help financial services companies combat fraud and finance-related crimes. We've also partnered with many organizations in the Czech Republic to help both individuals and businesses understand the potential of artificial intelligence. We launched the Artificial Intelligence Hub, which is an online portal that has a lot of educational materials and tools for individuals and businesses. These include a basic guide for ML, which is this really great glossary about all the terms in the field. We provide diagnostic tools for businesses so they can understand whether AI actually has potential for their business. And we've outsourced a lot of our internal courses that we've done for our engineers, made them available externally so any software developer can actually learn machine learning. All of these programs are part of a broader initiative called Grow with Google, which is focused on digital skills and self-improvement and post-COVID recovery. We'd actually like to thank some of our partners in the country for their help with this. The Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic, the Association of Small and Medium Enterprises and Self-Employed Persons, and the Czech Confederation of Industry and Transport. With these partners, we've reached over 170,000 individuals and businesses in helping them understand the potential of AI. Now, at Google, we not only have used AI in our own products and services and to help our customers, but we also see that it is absolutely key to solving some of the most difficult problems in society. Things like healthcare and environmental conservation, agriculture, and education. So a couple examples here. The first has to do with diabetic retinopathy, which is a disease that can cause total blindness in diabetics. It's really important for diabetics to be screened for this disease, but it's virtually impossible since there's 420 million diabetics in the world. So we worked with some clinicians and researchers to come up with a machine learning model that can look at retinal scans and actually identify the disease. Now, the important thing here is that the system can do it so much more quickly and so much more accurately than any human clinician. Another example is in education. We have an Android application called Read Along, which has 500 stories in it, and it's meant to help young readers improve. So what it does is it shows a story, and the student is meant to read along out loud. And the system inside, based on machine learning, is listening to the student read, and it's able to understand when it's having trouble with pronunciation or grammar, and it gently nudges and provides positive feedback to help the student improve their reading. Now, like any transformative technology, the virtue of AI is not inherent. It raises important challenges that we really need to address. About 3 years ago, we created and released our AI Principles, which is a charter that precisely defines what AI projects we will pursue and, more importantly, the projects we won't pursue. Now, we have integrated that into the fabric of our business and in the way we work with other organizations. In addition to the AI Principles, we've also released tools and processes to implement them. We have, over the last few years, published thousands of papers on AI and machine learning. And some of those papers deal with topics such as fairness and bias in data sets, transparency, privacy and security, some of the most difficult challenges we face in responsibly deploying AI. We've also open sourced tools like Know Your Data and fairness indicators so that software developers can actually understand the risks as they develop their models and work with their data. But it's not just developers and companies that have an important role to play. Policymakers also play a critical role in deploying AI responsibly. In the area of standards, international alignment is essential to get the global standards to actually work. Now, there are many organizations working in this space. We have partnered with the ISO and the IEEE, the OECD network of experts on AI, and the G7 Global Partnership on AI in this important area of standards. Now, in the area of policies, as a company, we feel very strongly that AI is just too important not to regulate. So governments obviously play a very important role here. The key is to adopt a sensible, proportionate, and tailored approach to balance innovation and the positives of AI while managing the potential harms and the risks. The European Commission recently came out with the AI Act proposal, which we were actually really pleased to see because I think it's helpful beginning to a global conversation on responsible innovation and responsible AI. Many of the requirements outlined in that proposal actually align with our own principles and the practices that we've developed over the last few years. Now, in the area of investment, while private investment can really have a lot of shape the growth in many, many different ways, governments have a very critical role to play. This includes increasing their R&D investments and making available to researchers government assets such as data sets and models and computing capabilities. We also think that it's really important for governments to be playing a lead role in the deployment of AI, particularly around government-run services such as healthcare, transportation, the energy grid. And of course, we need a very strong and diverse STEM workforce to make this all happen, so education is also key. So in closing, as I mentioned at the start, advances in AI can just have the potential to do amazing things in the world. I've discussed some of those opportunities here, but there are so many more examples of how individuals and companies and countries can benefit from AI if we encourage this type of innovation. So thank you again for the opportunity to participate here.
Maggie Johnson nás přivedla k dalšímu tématu.
That was Maggie Johnson. She brought us to another topic, AI, not only in civil service. Right after the break, we will be speaking about defense and security and what roles AI plays in those sectors. I will see you at 2:20.
Ještě jednou hezké odpoledne.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our annual conference organized by Aspen Institute CE, the shape of Central Europe 2021. We have discussed Europe and Central Europe in particular this morning. We have received many questions from you through Slido. I hope you will keep sending those to us. Now we will talk about the security. We will have here Mr. Edward Hunter Christie, who's a senior fellow at PSSI, and we will talk about the use of AI in defense and security.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to thank the Aspen Institute for this very kind invitation. I'm very happy to be able to talk to you today. Regrettably not in person, but I hope there'll be other opportunities very soon. I'm going to talk to you about artificial intelligence and defense, and particularly I'm going to be talking about the experiences I had in that space, working as a NATO official and later as a consultant to NATO. The views I'm going to express are my own. So, artificial intelligence in its current wave is primarily centered on machine learning, including deep learning. One way of understanding machine learning is that it consists of automated statistical learning algorithms that are trained on large data sets such that they become very effective at correctly recognizing patterns and making predictions when encountering new real-world data. And the data in question can be of any type: numbers, text, audio, images, video. If it can be digitized, it can be used, and that covers a full range of what is needed. Since a few years, machine learning algorithms perform better than humans on a quite broad range of pattern recognition and prediction tasks. And with appropriate eyes and ears, by which I mean sensors, on robotic systems, we're looking at a world of intelligent, connected devices, autonomous devices, capable of determining their own courses of action to solve particular mission objectives, acting either alone or in collaboration with other robotic systems or with humans. And that may be in the cyber domain or in any of the physical domains of military operation, air, land, sea, or space. That is the direction of travel and the promise of AI, provided we invest well, have the right policies in place, and make efforts to stay ahead of potential adversaries and competitors. At NATO, the priority has been to develop policy according to two main pillars: dynamic adoption and responsible use. Adoption refers to investments and new mechanisms to ensure a more rapid and effective throughput of the best available technologies into the world of military capability development. Responsible use refers to principles that allied governments have recently committed to ensure that ethical and legal considerations are integrated and to guide the development of new capabilities, while also providing a baseline level of commitment on the international stage for engagements with non-allies. The principles are A, lawfulness, B, responsibility and accountability, C, explainability and traceability, D, reliability, E, governability, and F, bias mitigation. A few comments on some of these principles. Responsibility and accountability refers to the notion that military users will remain responsible and accountable, including in the legal sense, and in line with the relevant chains of command. It will not be the case that the AI capabilities themselves are deemed responsible, or that nothing or nobody is deemed responsible. Responsibility and accountability shall relate to human decision makers, as is the case with any other military capabilities or their uses. The principle of reliability includes commitments towards the safety, security, and robustness of AI capabilities. This includes ensuring that AI capabilities are robust to data environments that occur in real-life operating conditions. For example, we cannot have systems that are completely thrown off course because colors and luminosity have changed because the weather has changed. Also, this principle addresses AI being secure from deliberate attacks, spoofing, data poisoning, or model extraction attacks, for example. The principle of governability includes the ability to disengage or deactivate a system if that system demonstrates unintended behavior. This ability may be built in based on the possibility for human intervention, but also through the possibility of distinct control software, which could detect unintended behavior and respond faster than a human supervisor could hope to achieve. So, what is the work that lies ahead? Now that the Alliance has the essential policy building blocks in place, we're looking at very concrete steps to continue the development and integration of new capabilities and to pursue the practical implementation of the principles of responsible use. The Alliance's scientific and technological expert communities, its capability development communities, its standardization communities, its military and user communities, all will play key roles in driving this work forward. Test centers will play an important role in testing, experimentation, verification, and validation of what capabilities can do and of how they stack up as compared to the principles of responsible use. Efforts to accelerate technological development will be crucial, calling for greater state investments in defense research and development, as well as new and streamlined pathways to collaborate with leading industry and academic players. Through ongoing work on common NATO standards, interoperability will remain central to Allied efforts. And so it is my hope that allies in Central Europe, and most notably the Czech Republic, will find new ways of contributing in this major area of work. This is an exciting time for technologically gifted innovators and entrepreneurs who want to contribute to the defense and security of Europe and of the Atlantic Alliance. Thank you.
Edward Hunter Christie, který vyzval k hledání cest, k hledání způsobů a my určitě způsoby.
That was Mr. Edward Hunter Christie, who calls us to find solutions and find ways. We will do it definitely, and we will discuss it during our next panel focused on security and innovations, AI in defense. The Czech army has been underfunded for a very long period of time. 20% have been sent continuously into equipment, but we still do not reach our targets in terms of development and innovations. This is where our focus shifts. We will have here Sarah Polak and Tomáš Pojar, who's the head of Aspen Institute CE Expert Group and vice president of several institutes.
Aspen Institute Central Europe se v průběhu celého roku zaměřoval na téma umělé inteligence, neboli AI v sérii veřejných virtuálních debat AI v Česku. Společně se špičkovými odborníky na umělou inteligenci z biznisu, akademické i státní sféry jsme se snažili pojem AI demystifikovat a rozšířit povědomí o její prospěšnosti pro širokou veřejnost. Diskutovali jsme nejen její financování, ale konečně i regulaci. Jedním z klíčových výstupů diskuzí bylo vyzdvižení potřeby multioborového přístupu k umělé inteligenci. Je jasné, že ty státy, které zvládnou propojení vědy a výzkumu s biznisem a investicemi, budou mít nezanedbatelnou výhodu. A to i konec konců v ochraně naší osobní svobody.
Soupeření mezi státy bude stále více ovlivňovat úroveň technologické vyspělosti. Nezanedbatelnou výhodu budou mít ti, kteří nejlépe zvládnou spolupráci mezi státem, soukromými firmami a vědeckými pracovišti. Proces modernizace sebou nese nástup disruptivních technologií, včetně implementace umělé inteligence. Využití AI se pomalu stává nedílnou součástí modernizace armád vyspělých zemí. Začíná se jí věnovat Severoatlantická aliance i Evropská unie. V EU je umělá inteligence na slušné úrovni, zejména v průmyslovém odvětví. Naopak znatelně menší výdaje jsou vynaloženy na implementaci AI v obraně. Jedním z důvodů je relativně stále dobrá bezpečnostní situace spojená s malými výdaji na obranu napříč Evropou. V delším horizontu nám ale proto hrozí obojí. Ztráta bezpečí i konkurenceschopnosti. V porovnání se světovými lídry Česká republika v oblasti AI spíše zaostává. Nechybí nám vize, ale naplňování ambiciózních strategií není naší silnou stránkou. Subjekty věnující se rozvoji umělé inteligence v Česku jsou většinou malé a střední podniky nebo startupy. Chybí systematická podpora založená na dlouhodobé a úzké spolupráci státu, firem a vědeckých pracovišť.
Systémy velení a řízení, autonomie, robotika, přesné vyhledávání cílů, to jsou příklady domén, v nichž umělá inteligence sehraje klíčovou roli. Bojiště se velmi proměňuje. Budeme muset umět jej předvídat a bez zapojení umělé inteligence se neobejdeme. Česká republika má velice slibně našlápnuto. Na českých vysokých školách již fungují excelentní pracoviště s velice slibným výzkumem. Skvělá řešení vznikají i v soukromém sektoru. Technologie firem se dnes využívají v oblasti kybernetické bezpečnosti, v analýze jazyka, při analýze družicových snímků nebo při vyhodnocování velkých dat. Velkou výzvou je nyní převést tyto výsledky výzkumu a vývoje do schopností ozbrojených sil.
Veškeré infrastrukturní prvky státu, především kritická infrastruktura, jako jsou nemocnice, jako jsou komunikační uzly, přenosová soustava a podobně, jsou dneska vlastně zajišťovány a provozovány prostřednictvím softwaru a nejrůznějších hardwarových prvků. A ty jsou zvenčí snadno napadnutelné a staly by se určitě prvním místem útoku potenciálního útočníka. A já jsem rád, že společnost Cogniver může spolu s Ministerstvem obrany bojovat právě na tady tomhle poli, především na ochraně tady této kritické infrastruktury státu i zapomnění za využití umělé inteligence, především v oblasti analýzy důkazů a odhalování dezinformací.
Využití umělé inteligence je poměrně široký. V Čechách se mu věnuje několik týmů výzkumných, jak univerzitních, tak i soukromých. Naše firma Idea Recognition se zaměřuje především na rozpoznávání a analýzu lidských obličejů. Potom se také velmi věnujeme na rozpoznávání vozidel a jejich výrobců, modelů a podobně, a také na čtení nečitelných značek a symbolů, případně na detekci a sledování objektů v obraze.
Investice do modernizace armády spojená s rozvojem moderních technologií a zapojením domácích výzkumných pracovišť i domácího průmyslu je proto nezbytná. Toto je nejlepším receptem na dlouhodobé uchování bezpečí, svobody a zaměstnanosti, stejně jako na posílení prosperity a konkurenceschopnosti České republiky.
Může Česká republika patřit mezi země na špici využívání?
Can the Czech Republic belong to the top countries using AI in security? This will be one of the topics of our next panel discussion. I would like to welcome here Miroslav Fajks, who is the Brigadier General of the Army Cyber and Information Operations Command. Then there is Philip Korström, Vice President of Defense and Intelligence, Space No Incorporated. Jan Mazel, who is here from the Department of Military Robotics from the University of Defense. Tomáš Pojar, who has done the introduction to the topic, head of Aspen Institute CE, and who's the vice president of the Severo Institute. Martin Rehag, who is the CEO and founder of Resistant AI. He's the expert on AI. And I'm very happy to welcome the only lady in our panel, Mrs. Kristina Soukupova, who's the president of DevSec Innovation Hub. Welcome. Good afternoon. How is the Czech military industry standing in terms of modern technologies? Brigadier General, what are the responsibilities of the cyber forces of the army? How many people are working in this sector? We have over 250 people. By 2030, we plan to have 600 people. Our responsibilities cover cybernetic information forces, whose aim is to react on the current changes in the society. war has been going on the traditional battlefields, but also in the cyber battlefield. We are vulnerable here. I am in charge of the military system protection and also in charge of cyber military activities. And then we have other areas of work, psychological cooperation and cooperation with other areas. We also work on topics that study ways in which information can be used to influence other people's opinion and disinformation. So our goal is to protect the Czech Republic in matters related to cyber security. Do you already have students at the University of Defense for your programs in cyber security? This is difficult for us because armies are usually very conservative in terms of implementing new technologies and in terms of everything that this topic covers. This specialization is new. The studies were launched this year. It should all be finished next year, and we plan to open applications for students starting by next academic year. There are many milestones we need to achieve. We need to have all the documentation approved by the academic senate and by other authorities. We are very positive about the development, but we do not know for now whether the program will be available to students this year or next year. Cyber robotics at the University of Defense is not anything new. It has been there since 1985, when the Institute of Military Cybernetics and Robotics was established. It was cancelled for 15 years and reopened later, last year. In this respect, there are waves in which these changes come, but robotics is something that is very topical and that is important. We need to focus on this area more than we did in the past. Kristina Soukupová, who is a counselor and a trainer. You work in the Czech Republic and in London. You work with startups and you connect them with the military sector. How hard is that? I would not say it's hard. It's challenging. Some challenges are more complicated. Some of them are less complicated. Yes, so it is complex. Yes. And we don't have problems, we only have challenges. So we have complex challenges which reflect the civil society. In terms of AI, we all probably imagine a magic solution. We will let the AI take care of everything somehow. So the first thing we need to do is to raise awareness. We need to educate the users, but also the suppliers. Right now, we translate the information. There is this challenge. These two things do not correlate with each other. The people speak the same language, but they don't understand each other, be it the user or the supplier. And then if we add the academia, we have 3 independent groups, and we must interlink them and make sure they can understand each other and they can work together. Yes, indeed, I think this is one of the topics we will circle back during our discussion. Now we are experiencing this shift. Usually in the past, the technology was being rolled out to general use from the army, where it was developed. But now let's talk about startups. We have here Philip Kulstrunk representing Space Now Incorporated. one of the companies which may be useful in this area. You work with satellite screening. Explain to us, please, how it can be used for the defense. Space Now was established with the idea of creating an index for any kind of activity in the world, which could be observed over the course of time with the help of satellite imaging. The use is broad. We track economic and industrial activities. For instance, we can use our methods to weekly monitor the entire coal production in China. Weekly, we will establish a production index for each zone, which is monitored. So you can track how many trains have left the station, how many trains with coal. I mean, yes, indeed. We can also check the progress of the mining activities. And thanks to AI, we can very quickly process a huge amount of data. Based on a similar method, we can measure easily any kind of activity, even in the military sector. So instead of all factories and mines producing coal in China, we can identify all airports in a certain eastern country where we know there are military sites, and we can track the development of the situation. We can gather data, and we can start predicting based on this data and try to find correlations between the way in which the military equipment is moving around. Without AI, this would not be possible because humans, 5 or 10 people, would never be able to produce such analysis in such a short period of time. Martin Rehák, who's the CEO and founder of Resistant AI, works on identification of cyber attacks in the financial sector, especially. Explain, please, briefly to us how you can help in the military sector. I think that the movement of money can also show whether an attack is being prepared or not. Yes, we work on the protection of financial systems. People and our colleagues from Space Now track the threats that can be seen and identified with your own eye. We work with information systems and with data, things we perceive but cannot see with our eyes. So, for example, if a document that people believe to be true and based on which loans can be granted to people, we can say whether the document is fake or not. We can track financial transactions, and we can see where the money comes from, whether it comes from money laundering or identity theft or other kind of embezzlement activities done by people in the Western world. This shows us the richness of AI. And I think it illustrates very well how we can establish the index of the material world. And this is what our colleagues do, and we do the same for the digital, intangible world. So we see the army is ready, so will the students be. What are we missing? What are we lagging to get to the same level where the US are, for example? This is, I guess, the goal. This is what you have mentioned. Turkey has done a significant progress, so what are we missing? I don't think we will catch up with the US and Israel. Our ambition is to improve to get to the topper layer. We need to strive for excellency and to really be at the top, so it's important to discuss these topics, which we do, but then the implementation is a completely different story. We will need many years to improve our position, and we also need to respect the targets that are imposed on us by international projects. So we need to make sure these objectives and targets which we identify are also completed. Another thing that we are lacking is strategic thinking and cooperation between private and public sectors, because this is something that could be much better, I think, and this is what the debate has shown, and this is also what we talked about here last year, the space technologies. I think without the cooperation of these sectors, we cannot move forward. I think that the businesses need to be protected. They also need to be connected with the academia. Of course, organizing conferences is nice, but we need to be able to sell the results of our work as well. I think these are nice heralds, but we need to do more. There is more we need to do. Everything is fragmented. We can be good with the individual bits. The business is a unit for itself. The government, I will not even talk about that. If we bridge this gap, we can get closer to the Dutch, to the Estonians, and to other countries of the similar size, the middle-sized European countries. This is our goal. We need to strive for excellency in that specific area. The Israeli, they are fighting, they're on the battlefield, so their needs are different. If you are in a war and you are pushed to innovate, then you produce and deliver more. We live in a beautiful country. It's all nice and quiet, but we are not pushed to innovate.
Yeah, we're not under pressure, so we don't have to. And when it as regards the modernization of the army, we have a significant debt here. So, General, how does this influence the readiness of our army, in terms of the new challenges? Because wars are waged in a different way today in cyberspace. Well, there are several elements to it. We're missing like 500 billion crowns because that's the debt as regards the 2% of GDP that we were supposed to be spending on the army, but weren't. So this is a limiting factor. Speaking about AI, you can't retrofit old technology with new AI, right? You need new technology. So you need to have the data, you need to have modern technology, and then you can, add AI and you will have the final solution. So we only have a couple areas where the only thing missing is the AI. In most areas of the army, you need to do the initial modernization, the basic modernization, to be ready for the new world, in the physical world and in the cyber world. And is the army willing to adopt new technologies? Yeah. I don't think that's a problem. When there is war, then soldiers are very quick to adapt. But at the same time, they are a skeptic. Very often we think that, they will love everything we throw at them, everything new. They only love things that actually work in the field. If it doesn't work in the field, the soldier will come up to me and say, hey, this doesn't work. And we think, oh, they don't want these new things. Well, they only don't want them when they don't work. It's very easy. We have this 21st century soldier project. We've been working on it for 20 years. And one thing that comes out of this is that you have information overload. You can't drown people with too much information. You have to adapt the technology to how they work. And as soon as it is usable in combat, soldiers will grab it, of course, and be very happy for it. Let me add that the Pareto rule, 80 to 20, is valid for the army. So the first demonstrations give you a lot of hope about an actual effect that might be achieved, but then it takes much longer to fine-tune things to actually make them usable. For example, in 2003 and 4, we had a competition in the Mojave Desert for vehicles. Then we had some winners coming out of that competition, and we were thinking that, in 2010, 80% of our fleet will be fully automated, and the goal has not actually been met, looking back at it. So the thing is that the technology must be verified in operation, it must be efficient, and very often you have hopeful projects that fail in tests. And then the army loses the hope that the technology will succeed in the end. So it's important to understand the process of adaptation and development of new technologies in the army. It is a long interval from the initial tests to a situation where the technology is better proven. It takes some time, and some of the projects will fail. Armies all over the world have been dealing with this. Some have experimental units trying this out. So yes, we need to give technology a chance, but we have to be ready for it to fail. And sometimes there are just little things that you need to fix, and then it finally works. I like that everybody wants to react. Philip? Yes. Let me add something to this as a representative of the industry. We need, especially in the development projects, to get to a stage where the product can be implemented, the user can try it out, but we need them to understand that because this is the pinnacle of innovation, we from our side cannot deliver 100% finished product. The last 20% need to be fine-tuned. My colleague here was speaking about it, and you need to do like 2 to 3 iterations. It requires 2 to 3 feedback loops until the product is ready to be utilized. According to my experience, it really does take 3 times, and then only the third version is combat ready, and the guys can rely on it 100% and include it in their operational workflow. Mr. Pojada? Yeah, exactly. Czechs are conservative. We are not willing to take risks and experiment, and I think it has been shown here. Of course, the army has to rely on what is proven, what works, but it needs to experiment at the same time. Like the state needs to continue to experiment. And that's what makes the Israelis fantastic. They know nothing is 100%, and they're able to sell you a 70% finished product as a 100% product because they know that once they're done with the development, they'll already be developing, the 0.2, 3, 4 version of it. I have experience with one organization, where they have like 15 engineers. They have a project with the Israeli army, and the company is present at the base all the time. And they keep working with the army, fine-tuning the product. There are some simulators they're working on. And immediately as the army purchases, one type of a weapon, they always integrate the improvements. The product is never ready, 100% ready, but they know it's a continuing iteration loop, and they're willing to go on with it. Well, it's quite new, right? Because you have the civil sector much more involved in the development phase, which the army was not used to. Yes, And that's what I think armies and AI need right now. We need a killer app, so to speak. We need to have AI that is so capable that it will very visibly improve the capabilities of the army to reach its goals. And once you have a first functional prototype, you can iterate, you can expand, and then you can cooperate on an army base, cooperate directly there and expand sideways. So we shouldn't be trying to do what I call boiling the ocean, or bringing the whole ocean to a boil. Do it step by step. And yes, we're afraid of not being successful, but we have to take risks. What about Christina? Well, you all said it. Let me just generalize. We don't have the processes in place. Yeah, money is very important, of course. But if we don't have processes set up that would allow us to adopt AI in the army, if we don't have to wait for 2 to 3 years before somebody sets it up in some sort of a plan, if we don't have to wait for going through the whole acquisition process, which takes like 3 years, we can never get to the top. It's as if you wanted to buy a phone today, but receive today's model in 3 years. I mean, that's good for nothing. You can use it as a doormat. That's it. Or as a door wedge, to be more precise. Yeah, I guess buying vehicles is very similar in the army. The year-long process is quite fast, looking at it from above, or looking at it from the army's point of view, but for us, when a process takes a year, it is slow. We create algorithmic models of AI, and we can iterate the models using training data in 3 to 4 months. Our cycles are 3 to 4 months, yeah? Within that one cycle, we can make it better, make it more precise, add capabilities. So when the cycle is a year long, it is a bit too long for us. What would help us a lot, and what I think would help the users at the end of the day, is if the process of adopting these technologies were faster, if it included the user at more stages, not just at the beginning and at the very end, just for testing, but we would really want the user to be involved at almost all stages, of the cooperation, verification, feedbacks, adjustments, etc. So, gentlemen, please react. I'd like to react to what Jan said. It's great that you mentioned the development teams. The army would like to have tactical teams that would be testing, procedures, technologies, etc., testing the way they will be used in the real world later. And as far as the 100% goes, I don't think we ever wanted that or required that. We don't need things that work at 100%, but they should work at least a little bit. Sometimes they don't work at all. They're not usable at all. And the process that Christina mentioned. If I didn't write a project for AI in 2018, I wouldn't get to it next year, which is deadly. And here's the guy with a 4th-month cycle sitting next to me. So that's incompatible. If we don't learn how to work with academia, not just technically, but also at the level of paperwork, we won't be able to invest the money that we have. That's just not going to work. At one point, a wall was erected here. I don't know if the wall is real, but there was a big wall between companies and the army, just because, there was the threat of bribery. People were really afraid of that, so the army would not venture in it at all. Yeah, And that was mentioned in the morning when we were speaking about the efficiency of civil service. So I guess it also causes inefficiencies and rigidity at the administration level. Yes, there are many obstacles we have to overcome, as my colleague said. For example, in the past, I noticed that people are not too great at looking beyond the horizon. You know, the army is very good at drowning in minute details and current problems instead of looking further ahead. So I think we need to have more of a bird's eye view at the army and look beyond the horizon. Watch the trends and try to think about how the new technologies could help us. Be aware of their importance. Another issue that flows from the first problem is the understanding that we have of these technologies. And here is a gap in education. If the army doesn't understand technology, then it will not be willing to adopt new technology. Yes, there are islands of various levels of understanding, but they are not very often willing to push this through and promote it to other parts of the army. So this will have to be top-down. I don't think we will manage to consolidate this, going from the individual needs of the individual units. I think it needs to be done top-down. I think this is up to our main managers, so to speak. They need to be aware of it and support it top-down. Maybe Christina will be able to convince them. She wants to react to what has been said. I don't know. I've been trying to convince them, but I guess I'm failing. Yeah, the corruption, that's our daily bread. We always encounter this. The army would love to. The soldiers would love to speak to companies, but they are not allowed to because there are regulations on this. And if they want to talk to a representative of a company, they need to fill in 60 different types of paper, and it needs to be approved by 90 different people so that they can have the initial meeting. So a huge red tape. Coming back to the processes. Say I find a startup with a wonderful product and they want to cooperate, and I tell them, well, the acquisition process takes 3 years, and then the startup says, well, have you gone mad? Like, in 3 years we will be somewhere else, and they will, show me their backs, and that will be it. And then I can only take them to different armies, different clients like the US or British Army, who are ready to welcome them with open arms. And even though the Czech Technical University is located just a few hundred meters from the General Staff and from the Ministry of Defense, they are not cooperating because the startups will say, okay, we're not going to wait for 3 years, and we're not going to be just filling in forms all the time. When at our university we were working with the US Army, a typical financing project was on 6 pages, sometimes as little as 2. When we were working with Czech Army and Czech Civil Service, a project had 50 pages, but it was 30% of the volume, plus some financial paperwork and other paperwork. And there was a lot of unnecessary information in it. How do we change this? Where it requires a change of mindset in the entire society. What we see in the army reflects what we see in society as a whole. We haven't been able to buy those new infantry vehicles, and in the same line of thought, we haven't been able to build new highways, new power plants, or apartments. Anything that requires the state's investment has been very slow. And of course, the army has some specifics, so defense sector has some specifics, but it really does reflect the general mindset of society. We need to digitalize and bureaucratize civil service in the first place. And there will be failures, yes, of course, but we need to take it as a learning process. And yes, if you don't do anything, you can't fail. But at the same time, if you don't do anything, you are defenseless. So it is a more of a complex process. It is not just about the army. We need to cooperate. It can't be a dirty word, for the cooperation between armies and companies can't be a dirty notion. Like, it should be normal. I think it's a bit better now. It was really bad a few years ago. See, now they're sitting next to each other here. Well, yeah, 10 years ago, they would not be sitting here next to each other, and there would be a big discussion about why this representative of this company and not a different company, etc. So we've come a long way already, but there's still work to be done. And I think when you cooperate like this, companies with the army, is a wonderful two-way accumulation of knowledge. The army will be able to see what the technologies are on the market, what's available, what's in the works currently, and the company will learn as well. And the same goes for academia. All of this has to be more permeable. You have to have people from the private sector working for the army. And civil servants and people from the academia, they all have to work together. And our desperate, Civil Service Act doesn't allow for that. And people are closed in their professional bubbles, and they don't know at all how the other bubbles work. I'm not trying to say that the civil servants are worse than people from private companies. I mean, people in private companies also have very weird ideas of how civil service works. Yeah, it's both ways. I mean, I'm lucky because I worked for the state for 10 years, 10 years for the state, 10 years for the academia, and 10 years in a non-profit. And I am able to move between all those worlds, and I know that you can work on the projects together, you can cooperate. And a modern country cannot do without that. The silo mentality has never been healthy, but now it's even worse, and it provides us with a much worse starting position than 20 years ago. I definitely agree with this. Another big factor that would help a lot that I see it, for example, at the Ministry of Defense, an important client of ours. So it would help a lot to have people who understand how fast the changes are. The more people like that we have, the better. You have to realize what the potential is of these emerging technologies, and you have to change your mindset with regard to these technologies. You have to realize that you have to speak to the industry much more often, much more openly, and you have to be ready to implement what we produce in practice. And there are a couple of people like that already. Their share is growing. So it's good, but the system as such is still very slow. It takes a long time to change legislation, to change procedures. Today, say, the procedure for buying 200 combat vehicles cannot be applied to buying an AI system.
Before I give the floor to the University of Defense, I would like to have another comment from the private sector. Yes, just one remark on the way in which we use AI to combat the enemy. The main goal of the soldiers is to survive. And in this perspective, the model needs to change every day. If the army is buying something today, then they will get it in 3 years, and they will use it for 6 years. Then the value is 0. So the army needs to train the people who will be able to work with the technology, they need to have this kind of a soldier slash developer who will be able to work with the technology on the battlefield because there's no other way. Just one last additional comment. This is exactly the problem. We need to understand what is behind AI. It's a huge amount of data and of data sets which change on a day-to-day basis. Each day there is a huge amount of data sets that is completely different, and we need to use it to work with it. I believe that gentlemen here know that we cannot buy anything now and use it in 3 years from now only. Yes, indeed, and I believe that we have already started several topics here. It's important for us to mention what the environment will look like. I think this is what's tying our hands, and we need to ask ourselves whether we'll be able to use this and whether it will be efficient in the future. This is hard to predict. This is difficult to say. We can only base our reflection on several facts, such as the time, the cognitive capacities of the humans that have changed or shifted from what we knew from the past, the increase of robotizations and others. We do not know what the operational environment will look like in the future, so it's difficult to see where to focus our effort and what to work on. I think the environment will iterate quickly. The return of every investment you make will be nearly zero. Yes, this is what I have described by the change of dynamics, the increase of dynamics. We need to decide quickly. Maybe these algorithms and AI will take the decision-making from us because the human brain will not be able to react this quickly. Let's see how this will be done exactly. We know it will be quick, we know it will be intense and operational, but we do not have any specific idea. I'll just quickly answer before I let Mr. Boyar continue. You were talking about the human brain on the battlefield. There's the microdynamics. If we come with a technological change which improves the ability of humans to shoot at the distance by 3 kilometers, let's say, then a part of the knowledge and know-how from the past is no longer of use. And then we need to adapt to this, and we need to orientate, we need to react faster, and so on. And I believe that now we are getting to another topic we would like to touch upon, but before we do so, Mr. Boyar, please. Yes, it's not just about the weapon that you use at the end, it's also about deterrent of the enemy. So if you can see that somebody's not investing in the defense, they do not try new technologies, that they only just try and see what it does, it's completely different from investing and really trying hard. And in that case, the predator will most certainly focus their attack on those who are not doing anything. You also need to be persuasive and make the predator know that you are taking this seriously, that you're investing in the defense, and then it's not about whether or not and when you use it. Let me materialize this discussion and ask my next question. World War III. What will it look like? Where will it take place? Will we use infantry? Will it be online? What will it look like? What does it represent to you?
To je úplně dichotomická otázka, protože klasické prémium, teďka současná teorie války.
I believe that this is a very complex question. We are already fighting on several levels. The advantage is to be able to change strategies swiftly and to combine these approaches on the individual levels. The game theory is particularly useful in this. You need to have several options. Tomáš Pojar has said that you do not need to use all of them, but you need to be able to fight on all levels in all fields. And World War III can only be a cyber war, or it can be a ground combat with tanks. Nobody knows. We have seen that you can fight everywhere. We must be ready. You can have a dominant strategy, and if you have one, which is quite a paradox, it is the physical strength. If you can make the other one, if you can scare the other party, you do not need anything else.
Také docela často mluví.
Kristina Soukupová discusses one topic, and it's the fact that the next war will be in our minds. We will get back to it in a minute. I think nobody knows what World War III will be about. Someone has said that World War IV will be a fight in which we will only use sticks and rocks. So probably World War III, if the nuclear weapons or other systems capable of destructing the life on Earth are deployed, there will be nothing else to do after that. We need to compensate on all sides, just like Tomáš Pojar has said, because some parties may be completely destroyed. The way in which we have advanced in terms of technology and other areas is crucial for us to see how the war will be done. I think there is no one correct answer. It's interesting to hear how the answers vary. The Brigadier General has said we need the vehicles. I think we need to protect the vehicles if we have them and if we deploy them. So if we invest into the acquisition of these vehicles, we need to protect them in the same way in which we protect planes and other military equipment. We can always imagine what the enemy's army will look like. We need to be robust. We must not be the weakest member of the herd who's the easy prey. I hope that there will be no World War III, because if there is one, it will probably be the end of the world. Another thing is the Second Cold War. We have talked about Huawei, and all this affair was not about espionage, but it was about technologies. The technologies were not available. And then we will see what this conflict will be called. If we call it Second Cold War, that is secondary, but we can already see the clash taking place before our eyes. And the dependency on technologies, this is something that requires our attention, because it's at our interest to be independent from the others who have it. We need to be capable in terms of defense and to take it also as a competitive advantage for our economy, because all these systems, some of them are dual, others can only be used for specific needs and modes. In the civil sector too, much more than it was in the past. So there is a very blurred line between these two areas. The threat of the second Cold War is here. We need to take it seriously. Kristina Soukupová will be next. Yes, I'm confused. I thought somebody else was about to take the floor. It's not a problem. I can repeat the question. Is the second Cold War taking place already? Yes, I believe that the Brigadier General will confirm that we have been fighting already. This war is here. It's happening. Disinformation, the COVID sanitary crisis, all this has shown how quickly the society can be split. It's already here, it's already happening. The human brain, or a human in full, is not a standalone domain. If we say that the human mind is a battlefield, in that case we need to get ready for that, and we need to have the equipment and material that's necessary, and then it all about who has the means and how they use it. I think it's much important to see how we face these challenges and threats. Brigadier General, yes, I wanted to react on something else, but this is interesting, so I prefer to talk about this. You need to focus on your enemy and you need to react based on what they do. If you manage to control their mind and their brains, in that case, it's easier for you, quote unquote.
To je pravda. Ale v současné době to ještě není tak, že byste dokázali třeba...
Right now, you cannot make anyone stand up and walk 20 meters and do something you want them to do. But what can be done is to weaken their will and awareness. And this is what has already been happening. I think that in the future, this will depend. This will become an independent domain. We need to protect our minds and also be careful about the way in which we receive and process the information. Our organization was established in order to protect the military equipment and material. But then the next step, which is done, is usually an incorrect one because the focus is put only on this. But it's not correct because then you don't have anything to protect. We work with the idea that the environment will be degraded. So if it is the case, there will be no cyber environment. And the aim is not to get back to sticks and rocks, which has been said here. The idea is to use the most developed technology, and if it is necessary, you will go lower and lower, and then eventually we will need to resolve it with sticks and rocks. I think that if we have a look at the occupation in Ukraine and at the military equipment, it's complicated to distinguish the people. You have there Russian and Ukrainian tanks, and it will always be the case because you will always have the operational forces there, and it will always be about the boots on the ground because the flags are what is necessary, and this cannot be replaced by AI. I disagree with you, but it's not to say that this is not a general approach. I think that a combination of AI and cybersecurity, I think that the deployment of humans in the wars will become anachronic at some point.
Já zapomínám dodat jasně to, než bude singularita, než prostě bude, když se opravdu přesuneme někam jinam, do jiného.
Yes, every time I'm having this discussion, I forget to add that all this will become reality until we move into singularity. At some point, when our minds shift somewhere else, this will be different. But until we do the leap, until we leave the material, physical world, all this will apply. Jan Mazal, briefly, please. The dehumanization of the battlefield, that's already happening slowly. The US Army has started these philosophical reflections back in the 80s already. Unfortunately, some of the concepts did not succeed, but we are getting back to this. The willingness to replace the soldiers by robots is there to increase efficiency and to be quicker in deployment of technologies on the battlefield. The technology is already available, it's already there. We can see that it's efficient. Some of the kinetic capacities of the machinery are better than those of humans. But we will see how this goes. I think that within a decade, we will come to a situation where these systems will be deployed, and we can see this trend already in the US Army. I think that in the future all the armies are robotized. The question will be to see whether it is necessary to send the robots on the battlefield, because it will be possible to make simulations and to solve the conflicts based on these simulations.
Stručná reakce a pak bych se ráda v závěrečných 14 minutách dostala k tomu, v čem může Česko vynikat.
Já jsem se tam právě chtěl dostat, protože já si myslím, že ta dehumanizace...
I would like to move to the final part of the discussion and focus on areas where the Czech Republic could be excellent. I think that it's important to see what kind of conflict there will be and what is going to happen with automation. This topic you have mentioned, of course, come to our minds, but I think that we, with the current technology, can make quick decisions. We can control the machinery, but we do not know which situation will be the correct one. We need to be quick and we need to decide, and we must see how the success or failure of the army goes. The technical and technological advancement of the technologies being deployed is something that we need to see, and the development of the battlefield will depend on this. So the question whether it will be successful or not is something we can solve with simulations, but it's hard to find the answer right now. In terms of the battlefield, these simulations and other things are complicated, but this has already been partially solved. We still need to run several additional tests and establish new computational systems. And yes, but my question was about areas in which the Czech Republic can shine. So what, in your opinion, is the way for us to go so that the Czech Republic, with its capacities in AI, can make a difference and do something?
If I may react, I think we need to start somewhere. That's the first thing. As my colleague here from Space Now said, we need to initiate some sort of a basic model that would allow us to verify the functionality and use it to enhance the Army's trust in this technology, and then we would be adding more and more applications. I think as Czechs, we're very good at software engineering, at mathematics, physics, etc. So let's start with this, and we wouldn't have to invest too much money either, because the public is sensitive to that. So let's start with a very specific application interface, a very specific task, a very basic vision, and then we can build on that. Mr. Kulstrunk? My answer is twofold to this question. We have companies in this country that have a certain tradition where the technological development has been going on for dozens of years. The Czech Republic is a world-class leader in radar technology, for example. So it's about the will and systemic support to start implementing AI capability into radar technologies, looking at how AI can enhance the existing radar technologies. We have a wonderful aviation industry, producers of planes, producers of all the equipment for combat in the air. We can develop the concept of a loyal wingman or swarm battlefield, the cooperation of drones and pilots. So those are companies and technologies that have been here for a long time. So that's one thing. And the other thing is to be able to handpick very good ideas from startups, that there are, to be able to recognize them. Because we Czechs are hardworking people, but we're bad at selling them. So sometimes it's hard to spot this promising startup because people are not selling their work enough. And then we need to provide resources, maybe sales support through incubators or academic support through academia. We need to enhance the development of these products and then the sales, of course. Our budget will always be limited compared to other countries. So for a new technology to be successful, a new technology born in the Czech Republic, so for it to be successful in the long run, it has to be successful in expert countries. So that's the second point of view. General, how do you see it? Because from what I've understood, it's essential that Czech Army cooperates on the development of these technologies, because if it's not tested, if the Army doesn't show that the Army itself trusts it, then it's not going to be successful. Okay, this is only my own personal opinion. Let me preface that.
Jakým způsobem snaží pracovat, nebo spíš co se říká jakoby v průmyslu, co by armáda mohla využít. Můj osobní názor je...
I personally believe when it comes to using these technologies from the industry that we as the Czech Republic in the horizon of like 10 years are very capable, or we have the potential to be capable in intangible things. You say planes, but we can't produce a supersonic plane. We can't produce a PVP. We can do intangible stuff when all you need is, to be smart, to develop fast, and that's it. and the long-term tradition that we have in those, passive technologies, that's an anomaly, basically. So the only way for us to get to world-class level, we need to focus on intangible things. You need to have it scalable. It must be a niche thing, and then you have to cooperate internationally. It can't require 15,000 employees because you're not going to get that. And we need the international market, the 700 million NATO market. We need it. And Space now, for example, is a New York company with a branch in Prague. That's how we should do it, I think. And this is what will allow us to be successful in the short run. Let's focus on AI, on software, on the intangible things, on niche corners of the market. That's where we can succeed, and then expand it to international cooperation. And let me add one more thing. The startups, there's a big rate of failure with startups, and I think we're very bad at that as a country. We're not able to accept the loss of money, the huge loss of money that the selection process generates. But you know what? The one good startup that will get out of that will bring a return on that investment. What about you? What do you think about the startups? I am a bit more optimistic than the general here. I don't think we have to limit ourselves to just the virtual software technology, even though that's what we do at our company. But many things are starting from scratch now. And I think that we can build industry with a big share of highly developed software in it. We can develop, I think we can build part of the chain in the Czech Republic. I think we're one of the most industrialized countries, not only in Europe, but in the world, and it would be a pity not to use that. So let's move from the production stage to the development stage and to the stage of owning our products. Kristina, with your international experience, where should the Czech Republic start working on being at the top, on being on the vanguard of change? The Czech Republic has a lot of know-how. We know how to do many things, and we have a great historical heritage in that. So let's use it as a springboard. But also, we need to be more creative when looking to the future. Right now, I see a great advantage in the connection between AI and quantum technologies. That's the future, not the future 2 years from now, but it's the light at the end of the tunnel that we should focus on. Yeah, the speed of the reaction, the amount of data information we will have to react to will be huge. I think we can stand out in many things, but we will only stand out in something if we are dedicated, if we really focus on something. We have many priorities, which actually is nonsensical, as you say it. You can't have many priorities, right? When something is a priority, it's rare. So if you want to be the best in something or exceptional in something, you have to be focusing on it for like 10 years. The state has to be focusing on it. The army has to be focusing on it. The business has to be focusing on it. Incentives, all these things. Recruitment of scientists from abroad and doing things fast. It can't take you too long, to convince a Canadian IT guy to move to the Czech Republic. It all has to work fast. So I said it, the civil service academia and business all have to work together. And if we say, okay, AI is the focus, and if we really focus on it, then in 10 years, sure, we can be one of those exceptional countries. But if this year we say AI and next year we say something else and the year after that we pick something else altogether, then we will have nothing and will be, average or below average in all these things. So pinpointing that one thing that we focus on or a couple priorities and then focusing on them is the only way for us to be exceptional. And we want to be exceptional. We don't want to be just in the why not category. Like, why is Estonia a powerhouse in digital technologies when they're not that big? They're as big as the central Bohemian region. Why are they the powerhouse? Because they have been doing it systematically for 20 years. Business, academia, and the state all together. And that is why everybody is now speaking about Estonia as being a technological power. They have great successes in the world. They are successful at cybersecurity. Why? Because they've been doing it for 20 years and they want to continue to be doing it for the next 10 years. So let's not change our priorities every year. Okay, so thank you Tomáš Pojar, Kristýna Soukupová, Martin Rehák, Jan Mazal, Filip Kulštrung, and Miroslav Fajks. Thank you all. Thank you everyone for the discussion. Thanks to the audience for their questions. This was a discussion about security and AI, and it was the last discussion of the annual Aspen Institute Central Europe Conference, The Shape of Central Europe. So the time has come for the closing notes. The closing notes will be delivered by Pavel Řehák, the founder of the Direct Group, and Milan Bašina, the executive director of Aspen Institute CEE.
Takže jsme u konce.
So this is the end of today's conference.
Měli opravdu velice zajímavý obsah a samozřejmě.
I'm very happy that all the panels we've had here were very interesting, with interesting content. And I look forward to our future work. But Pavel, what are your takeaways from today? I have been listening to the whole conference. I've been watching it very closely. I think it was a fantastic conference, bringing up key issues for the Czech Republic as well as the whole Central European region. So, chronologically, what are my takeaways? Madeleine Albright sent out a message to our leaders. She was speaking about how important value-based leadership is in the context of a certain democratic and legal base that our countries have. And she also mentioned the ability to actually deliver on your promises, which enables you to build trust between the citizens and the country. I also like the idea that politics is not a spectator sport. It is not something you watch on TV. You know, what is happening in Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, Austria, anywhere in Central Europe regards us too, as individuals. Now on to the efficiency of civil service. Well, efficient civil service is a key prerequisite for us being able to move ahead as a country. Everything we do, the national recovery plan, improving our education system, improving our AI capabilities, all of this is prefaced by our capability to have an efficient civil service. And here I have three main pillars. So building a modern, flexible organization with flexible processes, flexible systems that is able to attract talented, skilled people and retain them. Then a digital transformation, not just the digitization of papers, but an actual transformation, the creation of a platform for the 21st century. Then informed decision making decisions based on facts and measuring results. You have to measure results, otherwise you don't know if you're going the correct way. So those are the key pillars that will determine the future of Central Europe. But besides these three pillars, I took note of one thing that's very hard to grasp, but this is very important. That is culture and a safe space, as in a space that allows you to make errors, to take risks, a space that allows you to learn from your mistakes, because that's the only way to properly learn. You know, you have to have the possibility to make mistakes. Very important. Culture, very important. And in terms of the efficiency of civil service, it's also important to, define your goals and define the way to reach them, and then define how you're going to measure whether you have actually been successful. This is an important procedure that will enable us to overcome crises such as COVID and, develop further. Education. Education is the foundation of it all. If you don't have an educated young generation, then you don't have the skilled people that will bring you the AI innovations of the future, or you will have nobody. So if you simplify it, education is about finding top people to become principals and making it interesting for them, making the job interesting for them, retaining them and making the job meaningful. They want to have the desire to spend the rest of their life as principals. And here I also noticed result-oriented approach. And what is the result? Well, certainly not filling in the paperwork, but having kids that are ready for the future, that are skilled. And the last topic, AI, well, that was a gate to the future. I'm not going to speculate about Third World War. I'll avoid that. But here are my takeaways. There's a big potential in AI, not just for the Czech Republic, but for the whole of Central Europe. We have skilled people in this country, and we're off to a good start. We have a great potential to be on top. Structurally, we're not missing anything. We have it all, but we'll have to overcome certain obstacles, such as linking academia, business, and the state. Here, the state was represented by the army, but I'm talking about state as a whole. But we need to have the basic prerequisite, and that is digitized data. You need to digitize data first to be able to speak about AI, right? And my third takeaway is we need to really invest, not with a horizon of 3 years. We need to be able to invest flexibly in flexible processes. If there's a new technology, if it pops up, let's invest in it not within 1 year or two, but within 1 or 2 months. And keep focused on our priority, keep moving towards the ultimate goal. We are a country of 10 million people, so international cooperation is key. Cooperation of the whole region is key with the rest of the world. So to sum it all up, I don't want to speak for too long. Well, you're already speaking for too long. So the shape of Central Europe, what is the shape of Central Europe, looking at the name of this conference? We're doing good in some areas, not so good in others. And the times that are coming are really dynamic. There are big external challenges facing us. So let's not be afraid. Let's not be afraid of connecting, linking, the government, with NGOs, academia, industry, etc. Simplify processes brutally. Cut it down and don't be afraid to make mistakes. And of course, keep your eyes on the goal. Great conference. Thank you. Thank you, Pavel. I myself would like to thank everyone who contributed, those who were here on the stage and those who created the studies. So let's continue having a multidisciplinary discussion about these topics that are key for society and for our prosperity. You know, be it the quality of governance as such, as a prerequisite, then the quality of education, which is essential for a successful society, and new technologies, because this is an opportunity for us as a country and as a region. I believe that this discussion of people who are able to listen to each other, cooperate, and move the country forward is essential. This is not something for this year or next year. No, it is for the long run. So we will be going more in depth. We will be issuing recommendations for leaders who are making decisions about this country, about all our countries. So thank you. Thank you to all partners who have created content for today. I would like to thank the organizers very much from Economia, Aspen and AV Media. It was difficult to make this a fully fledged online conference. But now I'd like to invite Michaela Hergetová to join us on stage, because we have to thank her as well. Thank you very much, Misha, for hosting this conference. Thank you for all the preparatory work. Without you, it would not have been possible to have this wonderful discussion. So thank you again. Here's a bouquet of flowers. I love it. Thank you. I love the takeaways. Pavel's head is full of ideas and thoughts, while Milan has the determination to move things forward, and I'm taking away a bouquet of flowers. Well, no, I'm joking. But I will try to motivate others, my kids, for example, to take risks and keep trying, and it will work out in the end. Thank you. Thank you, Misha. Thank you all who have been here with us. Thank you to everyone for watching. Goodbye. Enjoy the rest of the day.